Location before we start our meeting. Tonight we have Jess Bogram. Steve Bogram. Jess is his wife. Put the boss first sometimes. He is a Alstyne resident. He is a full-time family pastor and youth minister at Elmont Baptist Church. He's from East Texas. His wife's from New York. But they have been here since July, and they have a 5-month-old son, Levi. So we're very glad to have him tonight. So if you will, please stand for the invocation and remain.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thanks so much for this night. Lord, thank you so much for the freedom we have to come together and to see what's best for our town, Father God. Lord, help us just to make the right choice, not for our glory, but for your glory alone, Father. Lord, we thank you so much for the love you gave us, that you sent your Son, Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us and rose again on the third day, gave us the true freedom and true hope that we have, not found in ourselves, but found in your Son, Jesus Christ. And Lord, we lift up this meeting. May the choice that we make here affect our town for your glory, and to bring in more people, Father God, but as well bring more souls saved to you. Lord God, give us wisdom on how to lead the city for your glory. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you. Please remain standing for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. The first item on the agenda tonight is a public hearing. This is a public hearing to consider a request by the owner-agent of the property situated in the city of Alstyne, county of Grayson, state of Texas, being described as Hines West Side Edition, Section 3, replat, Lot 2, Block 1, Lot 3, acres 1.512, for a variance to the comprehensive zoning regulations, Section 17.4, that deals with the height and area regulation. The owner-agent is requesting the variance to allow for use of existing residential fencing as well as installing a hedge screen to meet the intent of the ordinance rather than the required opaque wood fence or masonry fence. The property is currently zoned commercial to C3. This is property that is to House Golden Chick, and it is just north of Rob's, and that is the property that we are talking about. At this time, we will take comments from the audience. We have Deanna Bauer. Where's Deanna Bauer? Deanna, would you come forward, please?
Am I good here?
If that's what you prefer, just speak up.
I feel there should be a fence that they provide because of traffic, number one, and trash, and it would be our preference.
To be
Brick
what?
fence.
A
Let it be
fence?
a brick fence, a wall.
A wall.
That separates the business from the residential. It's bad enough as it is with the creek back there. So I'm not sure how they would do it, but that would be my preference.
There is a regulation for that. They want a variance. So, do you have any other comments? Oh, just a minute. On a public hearing, I don't have to have this, do I?
No, ma'am.
No, I didn't think so. You do not, on a public hearing, you do not have to have filled out a form to speak. You may speak by just being recognized by me. So if you have a comment that you would would like to make regarding this variance from the audience, and then we'll get some input from the council. If you have a comment, we would like to hear it at this time.
Madam Mayor, could we know where she lives? That's part of the thing, so we know whether or not how it affects her.
She lives on Jefferson Street, right behind where we're talking about, and she's here with her father, who also lives on Jefferson Street.
Okay.
And I know from past experience, I have received from people on Jefferson Street the complaints of the mosquitoes because it was so overgrown in the ditch behind their house. And they have had a problem with this in the past. But there was, yes.
Is it her fence?
It's all of them. It's several fences. If you'll notice in your packet, there is a map, and it covers, this variance covers the area of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 houses.
Does she know where it's at?
Yes, she is. Her father is, I know, and she is speaking for her. And okay, thank you.
I don't live in that area, but I would like clarification. Is he asking, is the owner or agent of the property asking to attach something, the screen, to these residents' existing ones?
He said well, it is stated that he is requesting the variance to allow for use of the existing residential fencing as well as installing a hedge screen. Because he wants to substitute that for the fence that would normally be required.
But is he wanting to attach the hedge screens to it, or is it just to back up against it?
It's what? Okay, would you like to tell her how many feet over that goes?
He's just wanting to plant bushes up against these people's fence.
Evergreens is what it looks like. Do we have a representative here from Golden Chip? Yes.
I'm Bill Roth from the representatives for Golden.
Okay, would you like to answer her question and address this issue?
Unfortunately, the engineering firm was here, but there is an extensive landscape plan which was submitted to basically supplement the fence that's there. The creek is right along that back fence, and that's also a utility easement. That's where all the utility lines are, electric lines, water lines and stuff. So if you end up building two fences there, it's going to make it very difficult to maintain it and also repair things in there too. The thought is that if it was a nice landscape buffer, there already is a fence there, there would then be a landscape buffer that goes along the whole property line also. It would accommodate both things. It would allow access, it would allow a buffer for visibility, and then it would also allow for the existing fence line to secure the properties that are in front of us.
Can you tell me how much money would that save your company?
It's just a question of having two fences there.
Well, it's a
And
question
also,
of cost.
and also for managing and helping maintain really the easement. It also makes it easier for us to maintain it, to keep it clean and make sure that it's a real nice area. And we're concerned about the growth over there too, especially in the ditches and stuff. And that's something that we'd really like to try and keep clean and manage too. We really want that to be a real nice restaurant road there, and we want to be part of that. Like Brahms is doing and like Jackson.
Give me a distance, how close to the fence.
You know, I'll have to look at the actual drawing. I think that it's pretty, again, I don't have the landscape plan. Yeah, it's within, you know, the way it's going to be right up, not right at the fence.
They can't do all of these, are they? Where it comes in?
Yeah, and I'll have to look at that either.
Okay, then what they have here, what we have in our packet is not the same.
That's correct.
Theirs comes from here. This doesn't even involve the road.
But they're all.
So of the map that they have and the map we have are not the same.
I would personally not want anything attached to my.
No, it's not gonna be attached to it. It's in front, it'll be in front of it. And this will be a continuous landscape, design area all along that whole area. So it actually will probably improve the appearance in the highway side, and it'll probably provide a little bit better screening for you all as well as for the other residences in that area. Well, we are. It's our responsibility. And that whole area, including the ditches also.
And haven't you signed an agreement with TxDOT to keep that channel clean?
That's correct. We have actually.
Keep it clean on your property or to keep it clean on either side?
Part of
Well,
it's in front of their property.
Yeah, we're just on the front of the, just on the front of the
Like you're
property.
going to be clean, it's on your property.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's just on the property that we own. And that goes from Brahms all the way up to there. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ross?
I'm Alfred Loftus, I live at 749 West Jefferson. I don't know how far the hedges are supposed to go, but that's always been a problem back there. I don't know who owned it before. Nobody mowed it. I mowed behind 4 houses for years trying to keep rodents and grass down, fire damage. But when we cut the trees down and chipped it up, then I just throwed it on the ground. Now I no longer can mow it anymore. It's a big mess. They're not going to be able to plant roads behind my fence anyway. I mean, because the lot goes back in a V behind my fence. On the back 749. But I see no reason to change the ordinance. I think they ought to build their fence like it is. We've changed too much stuff to accommodate too many people.
Thank you. Are there any other, yes?
I would like to see the ordinance stay as it is. I live next door to Mr. Loftus at 741 West Jefferson. And I agree with everything he said, and that's been a big problem back there a long time.
Is that north or south of them?
I live north of Mr. Loftus.
Okay, so it won't affect you.
Well, I don't know.
You have
I
the
think
one
we're a
that's
little too
trying
far
to catch.
down.
Okay, so.
But we
it'll
get the
affect
trash.
About 5, 10, I mean, about 10 or 15 foot of yours, looks like.
No, she just says they'll get the trash.
Yeah, but, yeah, I was saying, yeah, I'm just going by where it was.
Okay, I have a question. When we have a public hearing such as this, do we not notify residents of what is going to be happening that affects their property?
Yes,
You know,
ma'am.
if this is there, was each resident given a notification of where their property is and how this would affect them? Because if it were my property and it was going to be back there, I would like to know it. So were these residents notified?
I'm required to send the notice to everyone who's within 200 feet of the property. And I have the list of people. Mr. Loftus is on the list. Ms. Hill is on the list. There are several.
And you did receive a notification? Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time? Yes?
I just have a question. The microphone, it's kind of hard, everybody's kind of straining to hear back here. Can we use the microphone so we can hear what's being said? We haven't really heard a lot of what was going back and forth back here.
Okay. Is that any
Normally I turn it
better?
down my kids, but we really can hear.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cavender? Can you state your address, please, on Jefferson? 705. And he is definitely. So, Richard, Can you speak up or can you repeat what he said, please? We don't have a microphone from back there.
Now, there needed to be a brick wall for the sound alone. Because of the noise. That would be another reason
To have the wall instead of the evergreens.
we don't mind it. We just, prefer that there be a barrier.
A solid barrier is that. Thank you. Thank you.
The question was asked to the representative here, that I don't believe we ever got an answer for cost.
I don't have that cost. I don't know what, for the planning you say,
Well, what it would cost for the fence as opposed to the planting.
I don't really know.
Is that a substantial amount of money or is that an insignificant amount of money?
I think it is substantial. To put a fence area rather than put a landscape. Although the landscape is gonna be well done, it's gonna be a nice, area there.
How far from the existing fences, from residents that live there now, how far out are the utilities away from their fences?
That actually is, I think it's a 10-foot wide on either side of the utility lines. It's probably 10 foot from their fences and it's 10 foot from our property line.
If you build a fence, how much distance will be between, so it's an amount that, who would maintain that if you did build a fence, whose responsibility would be to maintain it?
If it's inside of our property line, then it's our responsibility from our property line. So I'm assuming that the fence lines are pretty close to the property line. So from that area over, we are responsible.
So you have a 10-foot between the existing fences, and if you build a brick fence, or a rock fence.
That's what I believe is correct. Perhaps the engineer, the city engineer, might be able to confirm.
Can you help us on that?
Yeah, I think it's a 10-foot easement total, so 5 feet, so there'd be a 5-foot barrier between the residence fence and then whatever their fence is. The current ordinance only has an opaque fence. It could be chain link with slats, it could be wood, or it could be masonry. It gives them the option on which one it wants to do. So there'd be about a 5-foot gap between the fences where the utilities are housed. That would be between the two fences.
So there'd be a total of 10 feet.
Five.
Between-
Probably
Just
5
5.
feet.
For
And
that.
who would maintain those 5 feet?
The property owner, so the Golden Chip property would be responsible for maintaining it. This gets into that double fence issue that we've been talking about over the last couple of
What is the current ordinance as far as height regulation? What is it?
6 feet. 6 feet.
Mr. White?
If you put a 5-foot fence back there, 5-foot separation, there's no way I can maintain water meters or water mains or sewer mains.
But you can if it's solid shrubs?
I can go through the shrubs. We have 2 manholes back there that we have to service often. If they bring a fence from Brahms all the way, I'd have to back a piece of equipment that's almost 10 foot wide, all the way back full length of that property to get to that manhole.
Is there a?
You're talking about a 3-inch caliber tree.
3-inch evergreen tree.
How tall are those evergreen trees we're talking about?
They'll be 6 to 8 feet to start out. On a 3-inch caliper will be it'll start out about 6 feet, 5 to 6 feet to start, and then they'll grow. Depending on which species they do, it could grow up to 12 or 20, depending on what species they do.
Does that have more potential for sound?
Yes.
I'm thinking about planting trees around sewer mains. They don't hit the head for the sewer mains.
The roots get into sewer mains.
Steve, would an option be to move the fence if it was feasible further in, so there'd be more easement back there?
Even if it was 15 foot wide, we'd be backing up about 500 feet with the trailer. And you see the property actually curves, so it's gonna make it even more difficult to back up with a solid restriction on you.
So you'd have to go in from 121
I
instead of
only have
cross?
one access. I can't cross. Coming back from, I think it's your house, I can't cross that ditch with a piece of equipment. We don't have access there. So I have to come in from Brahms and back all the way up.
Is there not an alley that comes down to Brahms?
Well, it does off of,
Off of
Hopkins.
Tolson?
But I mean, we'd have to actually build us a road behind Brahms and then back straight in from there all the way towards Jack's restaurant.
Would you not have access if you go onto their, if you have to go back there and work on something, would you not have access through?
If there was a gate, yes. But like I said, it's backing up a cleaner. You're talking about 7,000 pounds, 8 to 9 foot axle on it. And it's short tongue, so it doesn't back up. It doesn't cooperate on soft ground.
What is in place as far as the property owners and ordinance as to them having to maintain a fence on their property? If 5 years from now, their fence will become a disarray, their fence, what would be their deal? Stop moving the beach. There's no ordinance in place.
I can't hear you. There is not.
They're wanting to utilize a fence that's theoretically to be not be there.
That's true.
And that fence is actually, from what I understood, is all these fences are actually located within inside the boundaries of the property owner.
Of the resident.
Correct.
Because
So
they're
that
backed
is
up to an easement.
correct. So, I mean, there is an issue of 100% non-containment if those fences are gone. There's no ordinance to replace those fences at some time. Is that
The theory behind it is the shrub hedge should be thick enough that there wouldn't be, like you could still get through there if you want.
Yeah, but are you talking about that grade shrub, or are you talking about like a cedar tree with a trunk?
It has to be 6 foot in height.
Yes, but what about the greenage to the ground?
It depends on the, yeah, it could be, they could put a 15 in there.
Right.
Or it's a solid edge.
So we don't have a guarantee of what they would put in
We
there.
haven't seen, it just says evergreen right now, we haven't seen, we will be reviewing that.
I think it would have been good to have some engineering and some maybe artist renderings to consider. Especially since you want to connect to a property owner's fence, and there's no ordinance in place that fence will even be there.
Well, we're not gonna connect to, we're gonna be.
Why?
You're gonna use it in place of.
Well, you're using it in place of, and there's nothing the city has in place to guarantee that couldn't be there.
At this time, is there any further discussion? First call. Second call.
We can't hear anything that's being said.
Well, can you hear me now? Then I can't see you, but I'm going to be behind this podium and talk to you anyway. So this is final call for anyone who has any comments regarding this public hearing. Then I declare this public hearing closed. It is 6:55. Next item on the agenda is item 5. Consider and take action regarding a request by the owner agent of the property situated in the city of Alstyne, county of Grayson, state of Texas, being described as Hines West Side Addition, Section 3, replat, Lot 2, Block 1, Lot 3, acres 1.512, for a variance to the comprehensive zoning regulations, section 17.4, height and area regulations. The owner agent is requesting a variance to allow for use of the existing residential fencing as well as installing a hedge screen to meet the intent of the ordinance rather than the required opaque wood fence or masonry fence. The property is currently zoned commercial C2. This is what we have just discussed in the public hearing. At this time, is there a discussion from the council? Councilman Plate, do you have any comments regarding this? No. Councilman Mower, do you have any comments regarding this?
I do. Considering that the ordinance states 6-foot wood fence meets the criteria, and if they added a fence, they would be double fencing. Masonry fence is not required, so we can't make them do a masonry fence. Would it be out of line to make an agreement with Golden Chick that they accept responsibility of those residential fences that are existing there to keep those up and maintained, since that would meet the ordinance?
That would be requiring them to take responsibility for the residents' personal property.
The fence.
The fence is the owner's property.
It would be adjoining, just like with any neighbors, where you have an agreement with your neighbor to take care of the fence, that's why I'm asking the question, if an agreement could be made where they maintain those fences.
That would be between Golden Chick and each individual property owner. That's not something that the city could require the residents to agree to.
Okay. For those of you who are having trouble hearing, she stated that that is something that the city cannot require. It would be between the owners and the property owners.
So the problem that I see the logic in their request for the variance. There's existing fences there now. So something needs to be put into place to make it logical for maintaining the easements and also meeting the ordinance. It currently meets the ordinance because the fencing is there. It just so happens to be the residence fences are there. If they add a fence, we have a double fencing problem. If they add just shrubs, it's maintainable. I can tear out shrubs a lot easier than tear out fences. Tear out fences probably just as easy, it's probably going to cost you. But my issue is that requiring them to add a fence there when they're probably going to go with the wood to meet the cost variable to meet the ordinance. We have a double fence area where we already have some problems that we're looking at in the city. That's what I'm looking at.
Okay. I do have one clarification for Mr. White. That is an easement. Is that the responsibility of the city or TxDOT?
Certain areas,
certain areas of that easement back there is not even the city's responsibility. It's TxDOT.
Well, we have an ordinance in place that says that maintenance of easements is the responsibility of the adjacent property owners.
So if we have an ordinance that says the easement is the responsibility of the adjacent property owners,
then that make half of it belong to the,
that would make
Golden
half of
Chick and
it
half
belong to Golden Chick, and half of it the responsibility of the people who live along that easement anyway.
well, the guy that's been, you that had been mowing the property, that would have been your requirement all along.
So So that is the property owner.
Yeah, yeah.
We're going to be, we're going to be.
I'm going,
You're going to.
along with me, just to keep them fire hazard.
But the law actually says that is your responsibility, 5 foot of that is your responsibility to maintain. So, or yours and other people's.
I don't think the residents along Jefferson Street have ever been
Yeah.
informed of that
they
or
probably don't even have
even
access to
aware
it.
of it.
They probably don't have even access to it.
Because at one time we tried to clean it out and TxDOT said no, that was a drainage area and they would do the upkeep on it because they wanted to make sure it drained a certain way.
Is there a drainage all the way across that property? I mean, behind Braun? I mean,
No,
behind,
but TxDOT, even behind where the Electoral is, I believe that part of that easement even goes on the other side of 121.
the creek goes here and then goes off that way. It doesn't go behind here, right?
It goes across the front.
Okay, so
Goes across the
area
front,
we're
but
talking about does not have a creek in it, would not be maintained by TxDOT anyway, right?
They're taking
Correct,
They're
okay.
taking
They
over
would be
maintenance on that.
taking over that's in front of them.
Is that correct?
Yeah, we're going to be responsible for the TxDOT easement in the front. And I think the mayor was correct. There is a little extension that goes up as it comes up to the houses. That's part of the TxDOT deal. The easement in the back is utility easements for electric and telephone and water in the back.
So you got,
And those we would be responsible for maintaining that area within the boundaries of our projects, which really would go up almost to
so what we actually have is going to TxDOT and the property owners.
He said
On that
TxDOT is
We're
not
gonna end
involved
up-
in most of it.
We're going to end
Yeah.
up taking that.
Okay.
No, that was my main concern is I think part of what some are thinking is that it's required for them to put a masonry wall. And that's an option, but we can't make them because that's not part of the ordinance. So what they would end up having to do, if they didn't get this variance, is put up another, at minimum, a wood fence. So now we have 2 wood fences, and in between we've got a 5 or 10 foot easement, and it causes a problem. So I don't know that the residents are actually getting what they're wanting by not giving the variance.
It does say here that it is required an opaque wood fence or masonry fence. And that is what it says in this, either one or the other. Okay. Okay, Councilman Jennings, do you have any comments regarding this?
My only comments would be, as I stated a while ago, the concern that the property owners have gone through the expense of putting the fences in, but there's no guarantee that it will remain. I would have really liked to have seen engineering here and seen some larger drawings that was more easy to read. I think I would like to see this possibly tabled and maybe come back with some artist renderings. I think the property owners are there, maybe feel a little more comfortable with what he's doing then. That's not going to slow down construction. Hedge line in the back of the property. I just don't feel comfortable fully allowing a variance on this at this time.
Councilman Smith, do you have any comments you would like to make?
I agree that there's not, you haven't provided information to show us, I mean, you don't know what size or types or trees you're going to put in. You don't have all the answers.
And I apologize because
I mean, that's something that should have been provided, I think.
And I apologize, but I thought that the staff and the engineering and the architects and the coordinator, but certainly we'd be happy to bring you back some additional.
Have you heard any, what size, do you, I mean, you made the comment, you don't know what kind of trees or?
You know, it just says that the 3-inch caliber evergreen is the only thing that they've submitted in the past.
Is that defining enough to you to know?
One of the comments for the previous phase is, I need species and size. So they have size, I need species.
I think we need to have that information provided to us, and I think when the time comes, that we need to have some coordination between residents that live there, so they can see what you're gonna do, they can see like John said, a rendering, so maybe they'll be more comfortable with what's gonna be provided for them.
Did you hear the comments? Councilwoman Tarbert, do you have any comments at this time?
No, I can't visualize it, so I don't have any suggestions, recommendations, except that I think tabling it would be a better idea.
Okay, at this time, I will entertain a motion. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to table the issue.
The motion has been made to table the issue. Is there a second?
I'll say so.
Second by Councilman Jennings.
Mayor,
Is there any,
if I may, the table should state which month or the specific
For the
date
period
that
of time.
it's going
Till next
to
council.
the next, okay.
so next council meeting? Is that all right with your second?
Yes.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Councilman Blake?
No.
Councilman Moore? Councilman Jennings? Councilman Smith? Councilwoman Tarver?
No.
All of those in favor of counseling. We may all need counseling. All of those in favor of tabling this until the December meeting, please raise your hand. It is unanimous. This item is tabled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will look coordinate with you all and try to come up with a solution to help everybody feel comfortable.
Thank you. At this time, we will close this agenda. It is 7:08. I will now call to order the meeting of the Van Alstyne City Council, and we will start with citizens' communication. Do we not have a microphone for this podium? These are my citizens' communication. All right.
You want to mention that there are seats up here that people can move up? There are seats up here if someone wants to come on up rather than standing in the back. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 8 seats here if you want to move up.
Is this all who wish to make comments?
all that I've received.
We only have one. All of the others are for specific items that are on the agenda at this time. Okay, so we have one resident that wishes to talk to the council, and that is Pat Patterson. Pat, you'll have to speak loud.
Okay. I was here last month, and I pretty much thought that I was right about Mr. Jennings on our council after he turned his resignation in, and now I know I'm right. And I think that he is gonna say we have an important vote or something like that, it could be thrown out. And that man shouldn't be on our council at all. And I don't know why he's sitting up there, because I went through the same thing when I first got on the council. And Ron Cameron resigned. They accepted his resignation, and he got up from the table and left. And I took his seat. And I think, for a fact, that the mayor has the power to ask you to get up because your resignation is accepted. You don't live in this town, so you shouldn't be on our council. You shouldn't even be making a vote tonight. I think if our lawyers advise you to stay on there, I'm going to say you're wrong. I served on the council while you was our lawyer, and what you done in a way was just advise us to keep breaking them off. But if you have to keep that man on this council because against the law, you can't break the law being a lawyer. And I definitely know, and if he don't step down or whatever, I'm gonna prove to all of y'all that that man is breaking the law right there.
Thank you very much. Okay. The next item on the agenda, hate to tell you this, but it's another public hearing. So we now have a public hearing regarding a request by the owner agent to replat property situated in the city of Van Alstyne, county of Grayson, state of Texas, being described as Southside Edition, block plat 3, 118 by 127 of Van Alstyne, Texas, being .344 acres of land located in the 500 block of South Dallas Street. For those of you who are not familiar with this property, it is on Dallas Street. It's a block and a half north of where Dallas Street goes into a gravel street. This is a large lot. The owner wishes to have this lot divided into 2 smaller lots so that 2 houses can be built on the lot at that time. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak regarding this? Second call, anyone who would like to speak regarding this? Third and final call. I declare this public hearing closed at 7:13. Number 4, consent agenda. Approve the minutes from the October 8, 2013 zoning board of adjustments and October 8 regular meeting. Are there any corrections or changes on the minutes? Councilman Black.
No.
Councilman Moore. Councilman Jennings. Councilman Smith. Councilwoman Carter. Is there a motion at this time?
The motion is accepted.
There is a motion that we accept the minutes of,
These are the minutes for the planning and zoning, correct?
and the regular meeting.
And the regular, I do have something for the regular meeting,
Oh, okay.
so I thought that was separate.
Well, are you? They were at the same time. We have a motion and after the second.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Blake, what your motion, is it for both meetings or one?
I'll just make it for the one.
Just for the zoning board?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion from council? Is there a motion at this time to approve the meetings of the October 8, 2013 zoning board of adjustments meeting? No question. We're going to do one. So all of those in favor of approving these minutes, please raise your hand. It is unanimous. Next is the October 8, 2013 regular meeting. Are there any questions regarding this? Councilman Blake, Councilman Moore, Councilman Jennings, Smith, Councilwoman Carter?
Yes, I have several.
Okay.
On page 3, item 12, question, discuss, is that supposed to be discussion regarding issues, regulations? We'll change that to
Because you're
discussion.
talking about changing the
Okay, and then on item 13, page 4, on the third line, it says that Kenita Larkins addressed council and presented two requested changes. Isn't the two unnecessary? She presented requested changes.
Okay, mark that out.
Item 14, spell check mustn't have been working because I think that on line 4, excellent is misspelled. And then candidate for the EDC and asked to if function. And I think the to is unnecessary.
Okay.
And when we get to paragraph 17, I find it totally incorrect as written and request that it be rewritten in a correct manner. For example, the situation here is somewhere in the middle. After it says Karen Toiber seconded the motion, and the motion died with Jim Smith and Karen Toiber in favor, and Billy Blake, Russell Moore, and John Jennings abstaining. John Jennings could not abstain. He was not eligible to vote in any way. That has to be corrected. And then it says Billy Blake made a motion to appoint Robert Jaska to the council, place 3. The motion died for lack of a second. That is correct. The next item was Russell Moore made a motion. It's out of order. And so inserted in there would be the Russell Moore made the motion to appoint Timberly Kelly to City Council, place 3. Billy Blake seconded the motion. The motion failed with Russell Moore and Billy Blake in favor. Jim Smith and Karen Toiber opposed. John Jennings abstaining, which is also incorrect. Then it goes on, and Mayor Salmon's voting in opposition to break the tie. Next sentence it deals with Karen Toiber made a motion to appoint Adam Wise to City Council, place 3. Jim Smith seconded the motion, and the motion died with Karen Toiber and Jim Smith in favor, and Billy Blake, Russell Moore, and again, John Jennings abstaining. That has to be deleted.
Okay.
Mayor, then it goes on, I don't believe it died. Billy Blake voted no instead of abstaining. And then again, we have, so Billy Blake voted no. Russell Moore abstained, and John Jennings was not eligible to vote.
I didn't.
He withdrew, Mr. Jennings withdrew from that. He did not, he withdrew from voting altogether, whether it was abstaining second or anything.
He wasn't eligible according to
Yes,
the,
he did. He had withdrawn from that himself, and that was just, he did not abstain nor vote in any way at that meeting as it is required. So we will strike that from the minutes.
so, and at the bottom, with John Jennings abstaining. And so I would like to not approve the minutes because I would like to see paragraph 17 rewritten correctly before it is approved.
At this time, I will accept a motion.
Okay, I move that the minutes not be approved and they be brought up at this next meeting in December for approval.
Is there a second? Second by Councilman Smith. Is there any discussion? Councilman Blake?
No.
Councilman Moore?
Is there any reason we can't make the corrections in approval?
Well, the motion is that number 17 be rewritten.
Oh, I know that's what the motion is, I'm just asking the question of what's wrong with rewriting as corrected?
I would like to see it in its corrected format before they're approved.
Any questions, Councilman Jennings? Councilman Smith? Councilman Thomas? All of those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Motion is defeated. So since it will not be tabled, the table will take another motion.
I make a motion that we accept the minutes with all corrections made to it as presented to us.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion has been made by Councilman White, seconded by Councilman Mower. Is there any discussion? Councilman White, Councilman Moore, Councilman Jennings.
I would only ask that it was all the questions that Councilperson Porter had addressed, so that all the corrections will be made to the sheet.
I want to see them. That's why I'm asking that they not be approved at this time, that we see the corrections. Because this, the minutes are the record for the future. And I'm not comfortable with them not being correct at this time.
Okay, we have that motion, and that motion was defeated, so we are considering questions on this motion.
Yeah, well, he's asked.
Do you have any? Naps, do you have any more?
No more.
Okay, all of those in favor of approving the minutes with the corrections that have been presented, please raise your hand. Opposed? Motion passed. The next item on the agenda is item number, let's see. Have we- That's because he holds that office until that, well, that's out of order, but I'm going to read that because that's going to be one of our agenda items. Okay, let's see, approve the minutes. Okay. Item 5, consider and take action regarding approval of a request by the owner agent to replat property situated in the city of Van Alstyne, county of Grayson, state of Texas, being described as Southside Edition, block part 3, 118 by 127 of Van Alstyne, Texas, being 0.344 acres of land located at the 500 block of South Dallas Avenue. Councilman Blake, do you have any questions regarding this request?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Well, okay, if you're dividing up, I assume then it's gonna be, what, 50, how wide will each one of the lots be?
59 feet.
59 feet, okay. And what is the build backs that we have requirements?
Right now, the old town flats, we will meet all those requirements. It will be either in line with the houses that are on existing property or 20 feet.
Okay.
So we have the option either lining up with the houses on the street or 20 feet.
Okay. How, are these gonna be single dwelling houses?
Single family house,
Single family
approximately
house?
2,400 square feet.
Okay, 24, okay, 24, okay. That's all I have, thank you.
Does the acreage include that creek that runs on the north side of this property? Okay. Councilman Moore, do you have any questions? Councilman Jennings? Councilman Smith? Councilman Harvey? No. There are no questions at this time. No further questions at this time. At this time, I will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the replat.
A motion has been made by Councilman Blake that we approve the replatting. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Moore. Any further discussion from council? All those in favor, please raise your hand. It is unanimous and it is approved. The next item is agenda item 6. We'll be moving item 6 to follow item 8. 7 So we're going to item 7 on the agenda. It is discuss and take any action necessary pursuant to an agenda request regarding. And we have 4 items on this, and I also have 3 comments from the audience. A is repeal of City of Van Alstyne Ordinance Number 699 passed on the 23rd of September 2013. B, reinstate water rates in the City of Van Alstyne Ordinance Number 680, 685, and 688. C, refund of excess money collected from the 1st October billing onward. D, establish a policy that gives citizens who suffer a hardship the ability and right to extend payment without penalty or disconnect of service. The first thing that we shall entertain is comments from the audience. The first one will be from Grant. I never get your last name right.
Just like both starting with that 3 and
Poe. Okay. Grant Poe.
Yes, ma'am.
You have signed up to make comments regarding the water.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please come forward and do so? You have, each person who has signed up has 3 minutes in which to speak.
Well, I believe I wrote it down specifically as
Water source.
And we wanted to, I can talk a little louder and face this
No,
way.
we have a microphone. If you'll wait just a minute, we have one right here.
I can do that. Thank you.
You may have to come up closer, but we won't back. Well, I don't think so.
A little bit of this.
Woo! What up my leg?
Howdy, board. Good evening. Howdy, everybody else. My name is Grant Pope. I live at 709 Elm Circle and have since January of the year 10. Yes, I wanted to talk specifically about the water source. I'm sure I'm not the only one here complaining about the quality of the water here in the city of Van Alstyne. And I want to bring to everyone's attention, Frank, as I said earlier, good evening, board. Howdy, howdy. This I have brought to your attention before, and this is stated shining. If you're new to Van Alstyne and you walk into City Hall, this is the brochure you will receive free of charge describing our city. When you turn to page 11 is where I begin to have problems. Cool, clear water. Tap water, drainage water, all the same, but the same water I get out of my faucet, the other citizens here get the same water. Cool, clear water. I should have brought my reader, shame on me. The city of Van Alstyne has entered into a consortium with neighboring cities, so I attached who have done a little bit of homework and found out those that have joined with this city is Hal, Anna, Salina, 1 or 2 others, very local. Do you know anyone that lives there and ask them how their water tastes? But anyway, this city has entered into a consortium with neighboring cities to purchase water from the North Texas Municipal Water District. Okay? They must be responsible for the source of said water. A 24-inch water pipeline is now in place to carry water into Van Alstyne from Lake Lavon, southeast of the city. It was me that brought it to the council's attention a while back that it certainly didn't taste like that, and they said, well, actually, our water comes from the ground. It is well water. Then within the next 4 to 5 days, every citizen got that 1-page letter announcing where the city's water came from and listed everything that could be in said water.
Grant?
Yes.
Your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're up? Well, let me finish.
Wrap it up real fast.
Okay, a
Your time's
24-inch
up.
pipeline was in place, bragging on it, that it came from Lake Levon. The capacity is huge. The daily use is not even a third of the holding capacity. So why are we advertising the water comes from Lake Levon when we know darn good and well it doesn't? And as far as my tax dollars are concerned, Frank, this is not one of those two separate entities things. This is all about the city of Van Alstyne, published, written by the city.
Thank you.
And it is as good.
Your time is up, Grant.
Is there a trash receptacle or a latrine close
At
by?
the back door. Your time is up. Thank you very much.
The next person that we have that has signed up to speak,
And the 7% increased price of our water here recently.
And your time is 7.
Seven.
that
Hope we all get 5 minutes
Is
like
enough.
he is.
the next person is Justin Johnson. Justin Johnson.
I'm Justin Johnson. I've worked for the city of Van Alstyne for 11 years. I've lived there my whole entire life. I've been in and out of these ditches, fixing water lines along with them guys back there. I'm trying not to get mad. For everybody in here, we need, I know it's terrible on everybody, we need new water lines. It's not my fault, their fault, it's a past council, and not talking about you, Patterson, or the planner. We need new water lines. We have to, and it's not for pay raises. Actually, I've been there almost 11 years, and I took a pay increase. So for everybody that says I got a pay raise of $37,500 is not, it's not true. I took a pay increase. We need better equipment. Decrease, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to get mad. So for everybody, we got to fix these water lines for everybody in here. You know, for our kids. I don't want my son paying for higher water bills for us. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more who would like to make comments and have a change, and Jenny Hampton. It's Jenny Hampton.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Jenny Hampton. I'm the manager at Hackberry Park Apartments here in Van Alstyne. I'm here representing one business owner and 36 families. Most of the people here have felt the water rate increase on their bills. And people have complained and people have come in and talked about how their water bills have doubled, even gone up 50% instead of the average 7% that was advertised. What most people don't know is that for businesses like the one that I represent today, my water bill more than doubled. And because I represent 36 families, my average water bill was anywhere between $1,400 and $1,600. As of October 1st, my water bill was more than $3,300. So tell me how that is 7% that's advertised. It wasn't. It was not 7%. So what most people don't realize is that once somebody is aware that this affects businesses, it's not just my business that this affects. This affects every business in town, not just mine. Water is an uncontrollable bill that we have. All businesses, water is uncontrollable. If we continue billing at the rate that we are, my business alone that I represent today is now worth $204,000 less just because of the water bill. So if anybody knows anybody in this town that works for a business or runs a business, guess how many jobs that's costing? Has anybody thought about that? Has anybody thought about the amount of water that our school uses? I've contacted the school. The school says that this can potentially mean 2 less teachers. Potentially. Not just 1, 2. 2 less teachers. These people on city council do not think all the way through. It looks very good on paper, but does not look good once it comes through. There is a city council member up here that has told me that the water department bills out averagely about $60,000 per month. October 1st, they billed out almost $200,000. $200,000. You multiply that by 12 months, that comes out to $1,680,000 they are making more every year.
Thank you.
You are now affecting businesses. Businesses do not want to come to this town if this is the way you're going to treat them. If you think about it, you are not only getting extra water, you're not only paying more for your water, businesses are now going to have to let more people go, less jobs. They're going to have to increase the prices of their products to cover the water bill, which means you not only get hit once at your water bill, but twice when you buy a good in this town.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much. Back to the agenda. That is all that have signed up to speak tonight. So the first thing that we shall have is a presentation for the repeal of the City of Van Alstyne Ordinance 699 passed on the 23rd of September 2013. I believe this was put on the agenda by Councilwoman Carver. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay, I'm speaking as a citizen and as a councilwoman representing all of you who are here to complain about the water rates.
She presented an agenda with all of that.
I was contacted by numerous citizens who are outraged by the increase in these water rates. I see that my purpose and our purpose as a council is not to inflict pain or hardship on our citizens. It's not to overtax, overspend, or overregulate. The citizens are furious at the high rates and the fact that this was charged retroactively. Well, it was done. Furthermore, we had assured the citizens last year, after we raised rates then, that we wouldn't be raising water rates for another up to 5 years. And we broke that promise, and I could not vote for it, and I did not vote for it. The effects, as was mentioned just before I got up, of this exorbitant increase with no fair warning and no opportunity to make payments are, and I'd like to read a letter from the Van Alstyne superintendent, Dr. John Spees. And he sent this to each of the council members and to our city manager. And this is Councilman Teuber. This letter is to give you my input on the new water rates. First, I want to say I understand that rates must go up in order to improve our infrastructure. I also want to commend the city staff for sending me information about the rate increase before it went into effect. I did not fully comprehend the information and the impact it would have. Since receiving the bills with the increase, I have researched the surrounding cities and their rates. The issue seems to hit us from 2 angles. The first is the charge for 2-inch meter. We have 17 in the district. The meter charge for the water and sewerage combined is $504.89. This is without any charge for actual water. Anna's rate is $296, and Melissa's rate is $316.89. Anna's base charge also includes 2,000 gallons of water. Howe does not seem to have a separate charge for their larger meters. Anna and Melissa have their rates online, and that's part of transparency that our comptroller for the state of Texas encourages every city to participate in. The second issue is that the schools and businesses get charged the same escalated rate as homeowners. A significant amount of our bill was charged at between $7 and $9 per 1,000 gallons compared to the base rate of $3.25 due to our large volume. While I understand this is a good practice for the homeowners in order to encourage conservation, for schools and businesses it turns into an excessive amount that we have little control over. This practice seems to discourage business growth. If businesses that consume a large amount of water research which city to locate, it won't be Van Alstyne. We have seen the tax-based impact that just one good business can have by Caterpillar coming in. Your consideration in addressing one or both of these issues with the water rates would be greatly appreciated. Sincerely, John Spees, Superintendent of Schools.
Councilwoman Tarver, we need to get to the issue. The issue for this is a request to repeal the ordinance 699 that was passed on the 23rd of September. This is item A. I would like to see you address that particular issue at this time with and your recommendation.
Well, I would like to continue with all four of the issues because they are related. And this exorbitant increase affects everyone here. There are 1,803 registered voters in the city. In the last election, approximately 345 people voted. I have in my hand here petitions with signatures numbering 411 citizens who signed the petition, who were given the opportunity to sign. I have been able to check 390 of them, and I just was handed about 21 more that I haven't verified if they are registered voters. But all these people live in the city and pay for the money, or pay for the water usage. We have, of the ones that I could check, 262 of those are registered voters, and then there were 3 businesses that signed. Since the passage of the increased water rates, Council approved Melissa's request to purchase water from Van Alstyne at approximately $18,800 per year. And I'm not sure if this, when this request from Melissa came, and if this was known before the water rates were increased or not, but there's that much more money to go into the coffers for Public Works, the enterprise fund. Another question that has been presented to me by the citizens is, we recently had a water break, and I was asked whether it was to scare the citizens to not sign the petition that was going around.
I don't believe so. We really need to get to the issue at hand, which is the repeal of the ordinances, the reinstatement, refund, and policy.
Okay,
Would you please address those 4 issues?
we're bankrupting our children, and I have the petitions in hand, and will turn them over to the city for further verification, that I make a request that all these things be considered. First, that we repeal the ordinance 699 was passed on 23rd September. Second, that the rate increases approved and adopted by the council be repealed, and that they go back to the 3 ordinances we previously had, and that the money that was collected for these increased rates be refunded to the citizens because it was done retroactively. And also that a policy be instituted that we, this was a hardship on so many people to come up with an amount of money like that. So therefore, I think we need to have a policy that allows people up to at least 6 months, if there's some sort of a hardship, or if there's a water leak that they have, that they're charged an exorbitant amount of money, that they have time to pay without penalty. So I therefore would like one at a time to go through these motions, that, and starting with the council repeal ordinance 699.
I shall do so, thank you.
I have a question.
At this, yes.
We have some information here that
I don't believe anyone can hear you. Please turn on your mic. Could you hear him?
Can you hear me? We had some information here when we got in this evening, and I have sat down and done some calculations on it. I think it would be good to put some of the rates up here on the screen. We have an engineer who is here that proposed this to city council, let you see the breakdown of how these rates were established. And I would like to, if Jennifer has what they provided here this evening, I would like to put this up for the citizens to see, break down and see where these water rates really do fall with 3 other communities, Anna, Howell, and Melissa.
That's not on the agenda.
If you're asking to repeal an ordinance, I think it's very important that we put the information up there for people to see. So if you're asking to repeal an ordinance,
Well, you're asking us to pay bills, and you can send me a bill, but you can't notify me by mail?
That
You're
is,
gonna jack my rate
that,
right here.
that will do.
Right here, almost double,
Please.
$299.
We have,
I don't have a swimming pool.
Quiet.
I don't have a sprinkler.
we have before this council a request. It is a repeal of the City of Van Alstyne ordinance number 699 passed on the 23rd of September 2013. This is what is on the agenda. This is what we will go by. Councilman Blake, do you have any remarks regarding the request for the repeal?
My main remark would be that this, the ordinance that you're wanting to repeal.
699.
699 was studied very thoroughly by the council. It was brought before the council during the work sessions. If you were allowed to have, public was invited to, it was told about the paper in a number of different ways, told about it, that you could come up here and express your opinions then. Nobody did. I don't hold that against anybody, I'm just saying that nobody did.
It should be put in with your water bill.
And also, bid.
Right now, we're accepting comments from the council. You had an opportunity to fill out a form to address the council. So at this time, let Councilman Blake speak.
The reason why we were doing it, the reason why we were adding to it, first of all, there's been information passed around town that says it's to buy fire trucks, it's to buy ambulances, it's to buy police cars, it's to buy drugs for the police, for the ambulances to carry around with them. It's to give everybody raises. None of that is true. The water department, the money that comes into the water department stays in the water and sewer department. It's used to support that system. If you'll know, I think everybody in this town wants new roads and new streets, but you're not going to get them unless we fix up the sewer system and water system, which is below those streets. Every time we have a problem, every time we have a problem that occurs in the street, that a leaking line or a leaking sewer or a leaking water line, it almost always tears up the street above it, and then we have a street that we can't fix. So we're trying to go back and fix. There's been water surveys, rate surveys done by previous councils that they never did anything with them. They didn't change the rates. They promised their people they weren't going to do it. They wanted to get reelected again, so therefore they didn't do it. We're now stuck with somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to raise the rates and collect more money in some way, shape, or form, because we've done things like we've had the sewer disposal plant has had fines brought against it by the state. We paid $31,000 in fines because we weren't properly maintaining that. We have to have money to fix it up. If we don't, they'll just fine us more and more. We've had a street that we had to I think, I can't remember what it's called now, but it's on the west side, east side of town, that they had to replace the sewer line underneath it because a neighbor was complaining to the state. They threatened to fine us if we didn't do something about it. So we had no choice but to spend money to fix that sewer line up. I don't know if we've ever really got the street fixed up, but we got the sewer line fixed up. It's things like that that we're left and left in that shape that we're trying to fix. I know it's a hardship on each and every one of you. It's a hardship on me just the same. I use 20,000 gallons of water every time for a sprinkler system. I hate to not use it because I hate to see my grass not be green, my place not look pretty. But I may have to when that day comes. I may have to cut back on the water.
But that's not
Just
making
like
the city any more money. You see that? If you lower everybody's usage, you're not getting the gain.
I understand that. That's the way all cities work. It does the same thing.
No, this is the
I
only city
I
I've ever
understand
heard
what
of
you're
that's on
saying.
sewer
I'm also
lines
going to tell you
through
that part of what the councilman Truber said, as far as the school of laying off employees, laying off anybody because of the water rates. Dr. Spees has said that's not true, that's not the case, that's just somebody.
That was from the audience, no.
I didn't say that. She didn't say that, it was from the audience.
Okay, wherever it was from, it was just a rumor.
Okay.
But we need to fix things up. We have tried to do, maybe we miss, we need to adjust something, but we're still, even though Dr. Spees said that our water rates were way higher than Anna and Melissa, when you go figure those water rates out at the basis of 45,000 gallons and 65,000 gallons, which is what price range he said he was in, you end up with only, with that we haven't, their rates are actually totally higher than ours are. You would pay more, the school would pay more if they were in Anna, the school would pay more if they were in Melissa. Well, it works out that way because of their charges by 1,000 gallons, per 1,000 gallons of water. So I know I voted against the water rate increase the last time. It was only because I didn't want to put as much money away for rainy days, for water lines broken like we had the other day, to spend on that. I thought maybe we could live without that the first year and hope that nothing happened. But, that's the only part I was voting against. I was not voting against raising rates and requiring the citizens to pay more. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to clarify one thing that Councilman Blake said, and that is the purchases that are being made, the water, what comes into the water department is used by the water department. It is not used separate for the general fund. So that is a misconception by some. That money is being spent, but it's not being spent out of the water fund. Councilman Moore, do you have any comments that you want to add to that?
Yeah. I think one of the things that...
Is your mic on?
I didn't want you to hear. I think one of the things I think everybody needs to understand, number one, council, like Billy said, spent a lot of time on this. And the city brought in a professional, third party, came in fact, he's here today, and he presented this to the council. There was a lot of questions asked. There was a lot of detail going into this. You look at your council are no different than you sitting out there. We're all citizens in Van Alstyne. So it helps us, it helps us to have a third party come in, which was one of the wisest things that happened. A third party came in to help us understand what we need in our town. We also have our engineers in here that explain to us the needs and how bad our infrastructure really is. Here's one of the things I think we need to understand. We have been issued fines. These fines have escalated. Guess who pays for those fines? That's right, you do. You do and I do. So guess what happens when we keep getting fines? Your water rates will go up because the state of Texas made us. And we still have to fix it. We have to find solutions to get this fixed. It costs money to get it fixed. Dumping 25,000 gallons of water in the sewer system because you can't manage your lawns does not fix our problems. Conservation does.
No, I'm sorry, Councilman Moore has the floor, if you will, please.
I get a water bill from this city just like everybody in this room. I moved here in 2000. Got a sprinkler system for the first time. It was automatically set. I didn't touch it until I got my first bill. Then I called my landscape guy, which I'm in general contracting, so I called him up, he does work for me, and I asked him, dude, I can't pay this kind of money every month to water my lawn to keep it green. He said, and he asked me what I was doing. I said, it's set on 10 minutes every day. And he goes, boy, you got more water going down the street than you got in your lawn. And he gave me a system. I cut my water back usage and I've never gone over 20,000 gallons. It averages about 12 to 15. And that's with my sprinklers on. When it's not on, I don't, not even close to that. But what I'm trying to express is that I did vote for this. But I did it because I was presented information over 2 months, and we spent hours looking at this information. We have a lot of issues we have to fix. And we need a lot of money to fix it.
The city has a lot.
The city does not. We ran out of money.
Please withdraw.
We ran out of money in last year's budget to fix our streets. To fix our water lines. Our Public Works Director had to make huge cutbacks the last couple of months, if I remember correctly, because we didn't have the money.
I will tell you at this time, you have been given an opportunity to speak. Please allow your councilman to do the same. Go ahead, Councilman Russell.
What I am trying to say from a council perspective is we could repeal this. Things won't get fixed, and then guess what? The state slaps fines on us, and then we're forced to increase something. We're forced to get that money from the taxpayers. We don't want that. We want to be able to do this in an equitable fashion that fixes this so it doesn't keep going. Because it will. If we don't get it fixed, it's in bad shape. And I visited with Public Works, I've seen what's out there. I know what needs to be fixed. I don't want to spend a dime. I don't want to raise it. I don't want my bill to go up, just like everybody in this room does not want to spend money. I do think we need to look at the rates We might need to do some fixing, especially with businesses and industrial. But even with the target on my head, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not going to stand up here and do a campaign speech. I'm going to tell you, I do feel that this is good for the residents. I do feel that we need to fix it for industrial and businesses.
Thank you. Councilman Jennings?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This to me comes down to, it's not a question of how do we afford this, it's a question of how we will continue to ignore it. And it is not putting blame or pointing fingers at any past council, any past mayors, any past city managers, anyone else. It's a fact that time has caught up with Van Alstyne and the rates will not sustain our community. We say here we want growth, we want expansion, we want business, and we cannot do it on the current capital that we're on. And there's several things, Mr. Patterson, Mr. Flannery, who serve on councils, they have sat here, they know the stress in these seats, and they know what they deal with in the budgets. And it is very difficult to see. And despite what some may think right now, I did pay a water bill last month. And it was higher than it had been. Those who question my citizenship here, we will not get into that, but I've lived here since 2005. I paid over $35,000 to the city of Van Alstyne and the Lincoln School District over an 8-year period. I am committed to this community and I will remain committed. And I've been told by law, fulfilling my commitment as elected by citizens. I'd like to say to the young lady, and I apologize, I didn't catch your name a while ago. One thing to call me with the apartment complex, 36 families, $1,600 a month. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Hampton. That was an average water bill of $44 per month. That was an average per household. I don't know, I've one 2-bedroom, I don't know what your units are, but a $1,600 bill for 36 families is a $44 a month water bill. You were paying half the water bill of what all the citizens in the community were paying in minimum charges. A $3,300 water bill has now gone to an average of $91 a month, which is a base rate bill that everyone in this is going to use for $5,000. It's still at $91 a month, a $44 a month water bill. My gosh, that we cannot afford to play favoritism to any certain groups.
So are we not going to give any special requests to the school like was done last time? Because that would be playing favoritism. Last time they gave special concessions.
And that's one of my, when I was approached by our mayor after she was elected and was asked, and it was, I think, proposed to all council members to consider setting a rate and freezing it for citizens 65 and over. 70 and over, I'm sorry. I oppose that. We cannot play favoritism. And in all due respect to people who are 70, I'm fastly approaching.
It was done because the schools did get a special rate.
No, ma'am, the schools have not got a special rate.
Yes, they did. They have.
No, ma'am.
Actually, it's been confirmed to me that when meters got turned off at the school, that they were not charged for those meters. It has been confirmed.
No, I don't know what the special rate in the water rates.
I didn't say that they got a special rate. I said
You're
they got
saying
a special
rate.
Did not say rate, concession.
We're talking rates. I don't know the concession we're talking about. The other point, the next point I would like to make is water is controlled. It's called conservation.
Water is not a controllable bill that we can control. No.
Water is controlled in this man.
No,
Water,
not in our business.
Conservation, it can be practiced by everyone. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes, I don't have sprinkler systems. I go through every month and check everybody's apartment. Absolutely, I do my part on water conservation.
Then it is controlled.
To a certain point, yes, sir.
Okay.
But it is not something I can control if my tenants use or run 2 extra baths or use 5 extra gallons for 5 extra teas that they choose to
That,
So that is not something that I can control. I can't go, you only get
But
5,000
it-
gallons. I cannot control that.
it is not the city's responsibility to control that either.
I never
And
asked
neither-
you to
and it-
control it, sir.
But you're asking us to charge you $44 a month per unit of water, which is under everybody else's rate in the city.
That was an average. That is not the exact bill that I get. That is an average.
That's what you told us. 13
I
to
said that was
14 to
an average.
1,600 a
Yes,
month.
sir, I did. That's
So that's an average
average.
of $44 per unit,
That's correct.
extremely low,
Absolutely. Now compared to $3,300,
which is $91 a unit.
absolutely. But
That is
I
a
don't
normal-
get 36 meters read. I have 2 meters.
It makes no difference to meters. It's the
And it
gallons
also
used.
makes a difference that I get charged $9 plus because I have 36 families living there instead of 1 under a roof.
The next thing I would like to address is.
Is this
I-
still with Ms. Hamilton?
No, thank you, Ms. Hamilton.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you very much. We had before us this evening, and we had before us this evening when I got in here, and Jennifer, would you be able to put this up? It's, put up the residential connection chart. You have this?
I don't know if the audience will be able to read.
When we make a decision, or when I make a decision on council, when I make a decision anywhere, just like Mr. Moore said, we have to base that decision off the facts laid before us. I do not make a decision off of gossip. I do not make a decision off of rumors. I make a decision off of the facts that are put before us. I do not know who Ms. Torber, with all due respect to Ms. Torber, who promised anyone that there would be no real rate increase for 5 years.
You did. You were the one that said that.
Last year, you said this rate that I've created for last year, you said, I'm confident that this will be good for 3 to 5 years. You said it, John.
Absolutely,
On the
you said it.
residential connection. On the
For the record,
residential
I'd like to hear Councilman Smith's comment there, please. I couldn't hear what Councilman Smith said.
Mr. Jennings said last year because he took the lead in creating the new rate system for last year. During the workshop that we had, Mr. Jennings said, after he created that, and we approved it, he said, I am confident, and this is quoting him, in this very room, I am confident that these rates will be good for 3 to 5 years. And we raised the rates again the next year.
By 50%.
If you look at this connection, residential connection,
Can you address that?
I don't recall making a statement 3 to 5 years.
No, you did.
That's why it's out minutes, buddy.
It's in the minutes. I think he was wearing a This is not helping.
If you look at these rates,
Keep order, Mayor.
if you look at the 5,000 gallons, it shows 697 customers. If you look at the 10,000 gallon range, it shows 307 customers. If you look at the 20,000 gallons, it shows 93 customers. If you take the first 2 ranges, 5 and 10,000 gallons, that's 1,012 customers out of 1,113. That is 90% of the customers or the accounts that the city has. So 90% of the consumers of water in Van Alstyne fall in that 0 to 10,000 gallon range. The next chart, Jennifer, do you have the chart, the rate chart for Van Alstyne, Anna, Howell, and Melissa? Okay, if you look at if you look at each, okay, what this shows is, and I know it's hard for you to see, but
Quiet, please.
to the right, you see the bar chart has yellow, a light green, a light blue, and a dark blue. It shows the top being the highest rate, the second, third, and fourth. If you look at the four cities, which is Hannah, Van Alstyne, Anna, Howe, and Melissa, 90% of our customers fall in the 5 to 10,000 gallon range. Van Alstyne is the third on that chart. We're not even the highest with the rates set as they are now. If you add the 20,000 gallon range, it's 99% of the customers, residential customers. And it's still third. That's an average water bill at 90% of $108 a month. An average water bill at 20,000 gallons over the 5 through 20 is $148 a month.
Quiet, please.
But you charge for $125 for sewage.
That's the total bill.
Quiet, please.
I've got the freaking bill right here.
This is including sewage and water rates. Is that not correct, Jennifer? These are total bills. These rates are comparable to all of the communities that we are in proximity of. The fact is, Van Alstyne has ignored and fallen behind in the rates charged, and we can no longer continue on that path.
But like 50% and not notifying the customer by mail?
As Mr. Plate,
On a bill that's already been paid?
as Mr. Plate
Quiet,
said,
please, that is coming up.
as Mr. Plate had said,
But what you're saying is not
budget,
correct. You're not correct.
Sir,
Anybody can make a chart. Here's the bill. You're not correct.
sir, please.
Mr. Jennings.
as Mr. Plate had said, each and every council meeting we held, each and every budget workshop we held was publicized and posted. Not one citizen attended.
Because you didn't notify us by mail. If you're going to bill us, you should notify us by mail. If you can send me a bill
Order,
and ask for
please.
money.
Please.
Mr. Jennings, this is
Order.
fair, but it was told that we couldn't say anything at the meeting. So why in the world do we need to come? We can't say nothing about it. That's what we're-
Because you did not fill out, you had your opportunity
Well,
to
we've
speak.
never been to one of these things before. We don't know what your little
I
agenda
believe
is.
I announced it at the beginning.
Well, I wouldn't hear it again.
Well, I think all y'all fail to realize, all y'all work for us, either paid or unpaid. We're the people. We're the ones that got y'all up there. You're supposed to be taking care of the people. Not
Okay.
doing what you want to do.
Please, order now.
The only other thing I would say is last week, statewide, a proposition passed in Texas, Proposition 6. I don't know if I'm even familiar with that proposition. It deals with exactly what we're talking about tonight across the state, the entire state, by a vote of 73%, knows we need to address the very issues that we're addressing now. This is not only Van Alstyne.
Yeah, but no other town addresses those issues specifically by a water bill. In fact, I've never seen a town do that in all the towns I've worked.
Ordinance, please, quiet. Thank you. Do you have any comments, Councilman Smith?
Yes, I do.
Quiet, please.
I'm going to be brief. I'm going to try to be as direct as I possibly can. I'll use this one.
Okay.
First of all, Mr. Jennings was not elected to his position. He was unopposed. His comment about being elected to this position is false.
That's right.
Good. That's right. I voted for the rate increase. I voted in favor because what I saw on the chart that was presented by this man right over here from TCQ, I agreed with what was on there. If what I voted yes for is what happened, then we need to stop it. We need to go back. We need to repeal that.
Yes.
I don't know anybody on this council that agreed to have the bills go retroactive by 45 days. We voted on the 23rd of September for the rate increase. And I understand in the ordinance that was written, there was a loophole that could be used to set that date at any time.
No date.
That date was, your water bill that you received was 45 days retroactive. These are financial statements given to us as council members from the city of Van Alstyne. June the 30th, our total water sales was $69,000. In July, $69,000. In August, $66,000. In September, $200,000. There's
Sounds like
nothing
7%
right about this, and I will give you another example of what's not right. How in the world, Mr. Baker, can this council make quality decisions on how to run this city when we get the garbage that we get in these financial statements? Because October 31st, our water sales was a minus $403. Something is wrong with the accounting system that we have here. How in the world can we make quality decisions based on going from 69,000 to 200,000 to a minus 400? We can't do it. There is no reason to have these rates cause this much impact on the citizens of Van Alstyne. Yes, we need a rate increase, but we need one reasonable, and we need quality financial reports instead of 69,000 for an average to 200,000 and then drop it down to 400 and some dollars the next month.
And to be notified in our bill.
It needs to be, it should not have been retroactive. It's actually, to be fair to all the customers, it should have been effective October the 15th. It should have gone into effect October 1st for new customers. Existing customers should not have been billed until October the 15th. Then you would have had notice. We raised the rates on the highest volume month of the year.
Absolutely.
Our city did not do the right thing.
Thank you very much. We must stop the outburst from the audience. The council has a right to make their uninterrupted statements. No, they don't have your 3 minutes, and we'll have no more outbursts. Councilwoman Carter?
Yes,
Would you like to continue this?
I would like to continue with this. The fact that people say that the rate, it was announced 7%, but when you get up into the 60,000 gallon, it went from $3.19 to $9. Excuse me, that is not a reasonable rate increase. And I understand that, well, no, let me rephrase that. I voted against the purchase of $1 million worth of equipment in 1 year for public works. To me, that is unreasonable, and it is not necessary. Yes, we need equipment. It could have been prorated over many years, with the most important equipment being purchased that first year and then progressively the next years. And the answer that I got was, well, the interest rates are low right now. No, this has put a burden on you, the citizens, and me, the citizen, and I vehemently oppose what was done. I think we need to readdress the water thing, and I think we can start by, as I proposed, repealing ordinance number 699 tonight. We're leaving our children with a legacy of debt. The city manager and the public works director will be gone, but we, the citizens, will still be stuck with paying for all this stuff, and I think it's wrong.
Thank you. That concludes the council's comments. The issue before the council is the repeal of the City of Van Alstyne ordinance number 699, passed on the 23rd of September 2013. At this time, I will accept a motion regarding this one item, as we will do all 4 items separately, even though they have all been addressed. So the first one is repeal of the City ordinance 699. Is there a motion to that effect?
I will gladly make the motion to repeal ordinance 699.
We have a motion by Councilman Smith to repeal this ordinance. Is there a second?
I second it.
We have a second by Councilwoman Carver. Is there any brief discussion by council regarding this? Councilman Blake? I'll come back to you.
I don't think the proper thing to do at this time is to repeal it. I think the proper thing to do at this time is to go back to our water survey people, to go back to the study of what's going on, to go back and determine where it would take us if we do it. Because we'll be doing things to budget and everything else by doing this that shouldn't be done, that we should work the whole thing out and come up with the right answers rather than just jumping off a cliff.
Sounds like Obamacare to me.
That's enough. This council has a right for their opinion. They are your elected officials, and you will pay them that respect. I will not tolerate outbursts from the audience anymore. You have had your time to have your say. It is now a time for a decision. Councilman Moore, do you have any comments?
I'm kind of like Billy. I do think we need to work on it. It's obvious that the citizens want us to. I think repeal is so drastic it affects the approved budget. I don't think it's that simple. So that's.
Councilman Jennings.
My questions would be the legality of the full repeal and the fact that we by law must operate under a balanced budget. I have great concerns.
Councilman Smith.
I think that we need to be fair and equal to all citizens. I have the last month or last year of the water bill that I get at my restaurant. I have averaged from last year to this time $83 to $85. I have not seen an increase because I'm a low-end user. I should have to pay more just like everybody else. There's something wrong with the mix. If some people are getting a bill that's 3 times what it normally was, when I'm getting a bill that's the same as it's always been. We need to repeal and look at it and immediately come back with a new rate.
Councilman Carver. Briefly.
Briefly, yeah, you see the numbers of people here and all the signed petitions. I think the council really has an obligation to the citizens to take an action and to repeal that ordinance that was passed because the effects of what this rate increase was going to do were not considered.
Thank you. At this time, we have a motion and a second to repeal this ordinance. All of those, and we have had a discussion. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. We have 2. Those opposed? We have 3 opposed. This motion is defeated. Number B of this is reinstate water rates, which since this has not been repealed, then you cannot reinstate water rates. There is also a request to refund of excess money collected from October the 1st billing onward. This is something that even though we have not repealed the ordinance, is this something that is still valid? And this is a question I have for our attorney. Is it still valid? Even though it was passed, when it was passed, this ordinance did not have a date on it, and that is why it became effective the day it was passed. So we have a discussion here of refund of excess money.
It went into effect 45 days prior to it being voted.
Yes, but what I'm saying is what we have on this ordinance is a refund of excess money collected from the October 1st billing onward. Is that still when we did not repeal that ordinance, is that still in effect? And I want a legal action. I want to know what the legality of that is.
The way you would handle that would be to amend the ordinance to change the effective date.
So that would have to be an amended item
Yes, ma'am.
of the ordinance, and we can't, there wasn't effective date, it was just the day it was passed was the effective date, and that was the problem because there was no date on it. So, is that still a valid agenda item, is what I am asking you for your legal advice on. Refund of it, it's number C under 7.
I don't know if the way it's, I don't know if you have excess money or not. I don't know how that accounting is done. To amend an ordinance, you should have an agenda item that says you're amending an ordinance.
Then that is not a valid at this time, but it could be on the future agenda to amend the ordinance at a later date. The last one was establishing a policy that gives citizens who suffer a hardship the ability and right to extend payment without penalty or disconnect of service. This does not, this can be regardless, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is still an agenda item. So we will go to 7D, which is establishing a policy that gives citizens who suffer a hardship the ability and right to extend payment without penalty or disconnect of service. I will start at the other end. Do you have any discussion other than what has been, Councilwoman Garber, regarding 7D?
Regarding 7D, it has been brought to my attention by many of the people that, the citizens who contacted me, that it was a hardship whenever they had a leak and they were charged in it, on top of that, this exorbitant amount, and they didn't have the money, and they had to scramble or to have water disconnected. So I think it's a policy that this council needs to adopt, that we consider the hardships of our citizens.
Thank you. Councilman Smith, do you have a comment for this?
I think that we do need, we have policies in effect on people that can't afford to pay the bill when it's due, but I do think we need to extend that, and that's where our legal as well as folks at City Hall can be involved.
Thank you.
It's not something that we have a policy in front of us that we can vote on. It has to be agreed.
That's right. We will have to have a motion for that, but right now, Councilman Jennings, do you have a comment regarding that?
I would agree with Councilman Smith. I think it's something you look at and consider establishment.
Okay, Councilman Russell.
I agree with that.
Councilman Clay.
Yeah, I think if and when we do the rates, I think it's a good idea to do that. The only part that bothers me is I like the word ability, but I don't like the word right.
Well,
Okay.
that's
So,
accurate. Okay, at this time, is there a motion that we have our legal department to draw up establish a policy that gives citizens who suffer a hardship the ability to, or as the objection, to extend payments without penalty or disconnect of service? Is there a motion regarding that?
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilwoman Tarver. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. It is unanimous, that passed. Number 8, consider and take any action necessary regarding ordinance 699 as it relates to wastewater rates. There are, that did not pass. The next thing that we have is item 6, which is an agenda item. We'll go back to item 6.
Madam Mayor, is there a possibility at that point in time that we could make a motion to create a work workshop to study this and try to come up with good numbers and good ways of doing it.
In regard to what?
In regard to waste and water. We skipped that.
Yes, well, but that's just regarding ordinance number 699 as it relates to the water and the wastewater rates. So at this time, you want that to be brought before the council?
I would like to have a motion. I'd like to have a motion that we create a workshop that the council can come to, and anybody that wants to come to will be allowed to speak at the workshop.
Put that in my water bill.
This is
I don't get your water bill, so I can't put it for your water bill.
Councilman Blake has made a motion that we schedule a workshop as it relates to the water and the wastewater rates. I'm on 8. I'm on item 8. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
We have a second by Councilman Smith. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. It is unanimous. A workshop will be scheduled. The next item on the agenda is number 6. Number 6, discuss and take any action necessary pursuant to an agenda request regarding number 8, water rates be put on a ballot for vote. This was submitted by. Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Sherry Steffens, and I have lived in this town since 1993. We lost our house in the flood in St. Louis. We moved to Van Alstyne because it was listed number 5 in the state to live. The schools were excellent. Downtown was booming. Booming. Okay? My bill went from $112 to $522.80. Do I mind paying that water bill? Yes, I do. But here's the situation. Don't raise the rates overnight. Put a committee together. Include the citizens in this. Work together. Stay with the rate that you voted on last year. Work with a committee of 25 people, 4 from each age generation, 79 to 80, 69 to 70. All the way around. Work with the TRC. There are government grants out there. There's all kinds of things. Come up with the plan. Next May, when we have a vote, put it on a ballot. 3 propositions. I can't remember this. 3 propositions. Let us vote on those. The one that passes, run that for 2 years. And in the meantime, that committee still works together to come up with a better solution. We have to work for this town. Businesses aren't going to come. Half the businesses that are downtown aren't bringing tax dollars. They're not. Builders are not going to come because they can't afford to build a house. People aren't going to buy a house. I want Van Alstyne to grow. I've wanted it since 1993. We've built some homes, we've added a few businesses, but not what we used to have. We have to do something. The water pipes do need to be fixed. The roads do need to be fixed. But when everybody moves out, who's going to pay for it?
That's right.
Who's going to pay for it? We have to do something. But you have to do something that's fair to the people. And at the rate you're going, none of you guys will be reelected. I know this town. And I don't mind being a voice for this town. Unfortunately, I may not get to live in this town. But the time I do have here, I would like to live here in peace and work in harmony. We're supposed to be loving neighbors. We're supposed to be a community. You won't even be able to afford to hold a community event. The schools, $25,000 for a water bill, you know what's going to happen? Your school taxes are going to go up. You live in a subdivision, if you don't water your lawn, you're going to get a fine from your HOA. They're not going to have the pools open.
or you're gonna pay $400 to have a swimming pool.
That's right.
We've gotta come up with a simple solution, and you can't do it overnight. There are plenty of people here who would love to serve on a committee and work with you guys. Come to an agreement. Apparently, some of the information you guys got wasn't right, and you voted on it. Why don't you listen to the people, the ones that live here, the ones that grow, that own businesses here, that support the school, that try to support you guys. Support us. We're trying to be fair here too. My water bill went from $112 to $520.80. I'm paying for cancer treatments. I'm like, you know how hard it was to go write a check to the water department for $500 some dollars? Not only that, when I questioned it, the woman picked up the phone and said she's gonna call the cops because I'm an irate customer. I can't even raise my voice because I've had everything taken out because of cancer. This is as loud as I can get. You know how disheartening that is to know that you're a disruption to your city? Just hand me the money. I wished I'd had $520.80 in pennies because I'd have rolled it up there and dumped it and said, give me my receipt. You guys gotta be fair to us. We're trying to be fair to you. Your wife just got a job at the school. I sure would hate to see her lose her job because the school can't pay the water bill, or they're gonna have to let go a couple of teachers. Or we're gonna have to lose some of our police department and our fire department. And you guys all do a great job. You work together. But you gotta work with us. We want to work with you. We don't like it when you pull us over and give us a ticket, but we still come and we pay it. We provide you a job. You know, this is the thing. We're a community. Let's work together. Take on a community. Please accept the petitions. Repeal the ordinance. And work with this committee. You're talking about it's November, December, January, February, March, April, May. 6 months. Work 6 months to come up with 3 good proposals. Put them on a ballot. Let the people vote on it. I guarantee you it will work because we're working together as a community. Please. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
I do have a question though. City manager, Mr. Baker, we sold water to Melissa, right? How many gallons did we?
They took water and reimbursed us.
How many gallons of water did we sell to Melissa?
That's an excellent question.
I think it was 18.5 billion gallons per million gallons.
Could have been.
Okay, could have been, okay. And at what price did you sell that water to Melissa? For the $9, or over $9 per gallon like you had to sell to us?
No, it was a wholesale cost, it was a prearranged.
It was a wholesale, prearranged. We're your community.
So water, ma'am,
they're not ours.
the water that we sold to the city of Melissa comes from that pipeline. It's not the well water that we're selling to our residents. It's a different source.
Then how can we sell it?
They took, all the sports cities were required to take a certain amount of water out of the pipeline. We didn't take any because we hadn't hooked up to it yet, because we couldn't have hooked up to it without processing and everything, spending all kinds of money for a number of years. Anna took it, Melissa took it. Melissa took more than what their 1/4 share was. So they had
So they pay us money?
So whatever they took, they had to reimburse us, Anna, and Hal for what they. It was a certain amount decided by the government, and we just get the money for that amount of water that they took out of it. That was it. That was our 1/3 of the money. Nothing we could have control over. Just a way that we found out that we could get some money back out of the line that we're paying.
Well, I was asking a question, and I want the honest answer.
We didn't decide.
It's a prearranged agreement.
Okay.
Before I was here, anybody else, it was when they built the
Do you
pipeline.
live in this city?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Where do you live?
I live out in Weston.
Do you live in the Van Alstyne
I
area?
live in Van Alstyne.
Did you say? Oh, you don't live on city water? Anyways, I I tried to present a solution for the people. And I did it the best that I could. Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
And I'm going to bring it before the council now.
I worked very hard. I did cancer treatments, worked double shifts, and went door to door and knocked to get people to sign these petitions. Because I wanted your voices to be heard. So I would like to present
things
them.
on this is present the petition for repeal of the water rates. And I will accept that petition. Thank you very much. I will also present it to the council for their viewing. There's a two-part to this, and the part A is water rates to be put on the ballot for vote. And she has made this request, and I would like to know the opinion of the council and if they are in favor of such an item. So we will start, and I will start with Councilman Smith. Change it up here. Do you have any comments that you would like to make regarding putting the water rates on a ballot for a vote in May?
Well, actually, it's a proposal, 3 proposals to be voted on for water rates.
Okay, but we don't have the proposals down right
No,
now.
because I would like the community to work with the city council members to come up with 3.
Then I will take that back because we have a motion from Councilman Blake that we have a workshop. Could this be presented at that time and
A
the
workshop's
proposal?
not going to do it. You have 6 months from today to work with this community and come together with an agreement. Don't take that paperwork that you got from someplace, from somehow or whatever, because you guys slit our throats.
Well, but you want to put something on a ballot
3
for a
proposals.
vote. 3 proposals.
Yes.
But those 3 proposals have not been decided yet.
No, because I want a committee of 25 people, 4 from each age group, and then 1 who would stand forward and say, I would take leadership of that group, which I think maybe Timberly Kelly might do, and to work with you guys, put the numbers together, to work, find out what the state has for any bonds. We can get a bond to make Van Alstyne beautiful. We got $20-some thousand to plant plants. We surely could get some money to help us with infrastructure. Surely we can.
Okay, thank you. What she is proposing that the council apparently come up with a committee of 15 to 25 members.
Well, I didn't say the council would come up with it. Actually, here's what I would like. All these individual people here, if you all would like to be on the committee and work with it, write your name down, write your age down, because you have to have your age so we keep them. We'll give them to the mayor. We'll divvy them up in the age groups. Pull them out, 4 from each one. Yeah, well, business owners, it doesn't matter if you're a community. And work with our councilmen and councilmen and women, work with your people. That's how it's supposed to be done.
Okay, first you have to have a motion from the council.
Okay.
So that
I
is
just
what-
wanted to make sure it was all clear.
Okay. I would like, we're back, Councilman Smith, to the comments on the committee of 15 to 25 members and for people to sign up for that and them to work on a proposal that would go on a ballot for vote. Is that correct?
3 proposals.
3 proposals. Would you, do you have any comments regarding this, Councilman Smith?
The way I'd like to see it first, and it may not be agreeable to you, but it's a start, is when we have the workshop, have those 20, 25, 100 people show up and give us input on what we have. Let us show you the information that's been presented to us.
Well, you showed us the information tonight, and it hurt us.
Let the people become involved in that workshop. That's what we wanted when we were doing it.
But a workshop is a one-time deal.
No, it can't. It can be ongoing. That's the way I would like to see it, so it is under the direction of the city. And the
I'm
city
not been
council.
opposed to that, because you know what? I want these people to be heard. I want their opinions, my opinions, all of us to work together.
You can still have,
I'm okay with that.
you can still have
As long as it's not a one-day.
a lead person that presents your collective ideas to the council in a workshop. And it can be ongoing until we develop a rate that is acceptable or develop the proposals that can be on the election.
And even with that, a workshop is very informal compared to a council meeting. Everyone discusses. Councilwoman Thomas, do you have any comments regarding this? We're not buying.
Surprise, I do. I am still concerned that if we do this and wait till a ballot in May, we have all these increased rates going on until May, and there will not be a solution.
Actually, I asked them to accept the petition and to do a deal with having put together a council to work with the, so that's actually the whole thing. They said to accept the petitions and appeal.
Accept the petition for repeal. It's just accept the petition, and that's what it's for right now. I will see that it is presented to the council, and that should be a part of the workshop.
Mayor,
Yes.
there's not actually anything on the agenda that indicates that a committee would be created or established this evening. You could certainly
That is
put
correct.
that.
I am only asking the council's opinion on that. And because we have, Councilman Flake has already established the workshop that's going to be there.
Yes, and you could certainly add it to that agenda.
It can
And
be added to that
there's
agenda.
nothing that prevents citizens from meeting together in the meantime. There doesn't have to be a council vote
Right.
for citizens to meet with
But we
each other.
do,
I just want to be sure they
Oh, okay,
understand that.
thank you. Councilman Jennings, do you have any comments regarding this?
No, I somewhat echo what Mr. Smith said. I think there's some things here to be considered. I don't think I quite understand. I understand the committee. I'm not sure how you go about, again, from a legal perspective, how you have a budget that you're operating under that must be balanced, that you put in the vote before citizens in May.
Well, you're gonna put 3 proposals for water rates.
I understand
Okay.
that, but we're in the process of an ongoing fiscal year. So there's just a lot of things that's unclear to me.
Well, this is something that would have to be worked out in the workshop.
Exactly.
And we're going to have the workshop.
And budgets could be amended.
Exactly, in the workshop. And I hope when this workshop is set, that we have this group sitting in front of us, and we can put this up on screen, and we can discuss it. Would have loved to have had you there, and to reference back to one of your statements, and I hate to say the exact, our budget workshops were 6 or 7. We met far more than one
Do
time.
you know, I work 4 12-hour shifts.
I'm aware.
And I've actually had to pick up extra just to cover my water bill.
But this isn't a budget we set in. We
But you
met
don't send it
6 or
out to
7.
the residents.
Well,
You
nothing's
put
meant.
a
Just
thing in the
that.
paper that we have a city council meeting the first Tuesday of the
They are
month.
posted as required by law. There's not mailings done.
Councilman Mower, do you have any comments?
I'll echo what Jim and Alderman Jennings just echoed. I mean, I know it feels like and should be as simple as it is, but with an ongoing budget, simple repeal is not that simple. With all the workshops are very important. And like they said, we had 2 months worth of workshops every week. The workshops are designed for the citizens to be a part of because they're very informative. And as was mentioned earlier, 0. So it was left for council, these people up here, to filter through all of that information. I'm all for everybody in this room being a part
You're
of that
taking
process.
all of our money, so you should be for a part of us being a part of the system.
Councilman Plank, do you have any comments?
I'm very much in favor of the group getting together, of you forming this group if you want to, and getting the group together. I would hope that you would have some meetings on your own to discuss what you're doing. I would hope you would invite at least one, maybe two council people or to go there and give their side of the issue as well, because they have some understanding of how the city works, where their money is going, why it's going that way. And don't just pick, maybe have 3 meetings and pick 3 different councilmen. So you get a general opinion going different ways.
Well, I believe they plan to have the meetings and come to the council workshop so that they can share it with all council.
I'm just recommending to them what I think they ought to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very much.
Can I ask one more question? I asked for some information. You
Quiet,
guys may want to know this. On September 30th, the city of Van Alstyne in the general ledger had $621,361.63. I wish I had that budget.
Posted on the website.
I didn't know you had $621,000. Yeah, $621,361.62. I thought we were broke.
It was called fund balance. That's a certain amount of days that you can operate. Money doesn't come.
Okay, says the question.
Thank you very much. We have the next item, and I think this is very important, is that we consider taking any action necessary regarding a presentation regarding the West Nile situation report provided by the Grayson County Health Department. If you have not looked at this up on our website, I really think that it's something that everyone should be interested in. We have John Teal is here, and he's going to speak with us briefly. Right down here, if you need this microphone. This is something that's important not only to us, but to our children and your residents. Please.
Thank you, Mayor Salmon, and members of the Van Alstyne City Council. I know we've all been here for a long time, and it's time for March to be brief. And I hope our remarks are just good news because we got it at 5:30 p.m. today. And I don't have a fancy PowerPoint presentation or anything, but with the help of your city employees, your city manager, and council, we've been collecting a lot of mosquito samples in Van Alstyne and throughout the county. Throughout the county. In fact, we've collected 45 mosquito traps here in Van Alstyne since about May the 30th or so when we got started sampling. And we test the mosquitoes, they just grind them up. We call it one pool, which is one net of mosquitoes. And we just put those together, send those to Texas A&M, and for a fairly low fee, $35 each or $2 dollars, they test those for the West Nile virus. And so we've been doing that throughout Grayson County. And what bothered us is that the lab got behind, but we got a late report of an October, I believe it was October 8th, that both of your traps in Van Alstyne were, we call it hot, were positive for West Nile virus in those female Culex mosquitoes. And so yours were hot in early October or infected. So was Southeast Division and Collinsville. And so we immediately notified your mayor and city manager. And your city manager, but in the email we sent out, we recommended that if your city council had the money, and if your city council decided in a public meeting like this one to adult-decide to use truck-mounted spraying, fogging for mosquitoes, we recommended that you do that. And so your city manager and council immediately put that on this agenda for tonight's meeting. In the meantime, your city employees and our health department employees kept testing. And here's some information we got. I was prepared to come here tonight and recommend to the council that if you have the money, you sure ought to consider adult-deciding around these 2 locations in Van Alstyne where the infected mosquitoes were found. But you guys trapped again on October 29th, and then on November the 6th. And about 5:30 p.m. tonight, we got results back from Texas A&M that does the testing, that all of those traps came out negative. So they were not, the mosquitoes were not infected as recently as November 6th. So I didn't tell City Manager Frank Baker until about 5:30 the good news. And so at the risk of sounding like someone running for office, I'm going to flip-flop on you here. Instead of saying we really wish you would hire a private company, which you've done before in your city, to your credit. You did it last year in the nation's worst outbreak of West Nile virus in 2012. You sprayed at least once, maybe several times, as I recall. And so I'm going to flip-flop on you and tell you with 2 negative sets of traps of mosquitoes as late as November 6th. I'm going to recommend your county health director to hold off on adult deciding, hold off on trucking and fogging. Your folks, working with Van Over, one of your sanitarians, one of our health inspectors, collected 4 more traps in Van Alstyne this morning. And so we will package those little female mosquitoes up and ship them to College Station. And we're asking the lab, is there a way they can speed up the turnaround time and hopefully get us results by Friday of this week if possible. But the fact that you had 2 negative sets of tests in a row is very good news. This is a bird virus. The West Nile virus is a bird disease. Mosquitoes just simply take their blood meal from those birds and then bite horses and dogs and cats and us, thinking that we're their intended target. But so in summary, really, I would recommend there would be nothing scientifically wrong with spraying anyway. But I would tell any city in Grayson County this, and I would tell my boss, it's the Commissioner's Court, with 2 negative tests in a row. I think it would, and with a hard freeze coming, is that tonight? I think that it would be prudent to take a wait and see attitude, get the results back from today's tracking, last night's tracking, and see if those remain negative. And if they do, we're getting very close to the end of the mosquito breeding season. Thanksgiving, no magic date, but around Thanksgiving, early December, somewhere around in there is pretty much the time when these Culex mosquitoes start overwintering, start hiding in places to be nice and quiet and be ready to breed again when it warms up next spring. So with that, Mayor Salmon and members of the council, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have. If you don't have any, I understand.
Does council have any questions regarding this? Councilman Clay? Councilman Rowe? Councilman Jennings? Councilman Spinn? Councilwoman Turner?
No, as long as we don't spray.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
At this time, do we need a motion to table this?
There's no action. No action. Next, we have item 10, consider and take any action necessary regarding appointing a person to fill the vacancy on the City Council Phase 3, resulting from John Jennings' resignation, or ordering a special election to fill the vacancy created by John Jennings' resignation. I was given a article from our attorney. How many votes are required to fill the vacancy on the Alstyne City Council under the section 22.010A of the local government code? The short answer is this. 3 affirmative votes are required to fill the vacancy by appointment. The mayor's vote will only count as a 3rd affirmative vote when there is a 2-2 tie. Abstentions do not reduce the total number of qualified members of the governmental body for the purpose of fulfilling this requirement. Only vacancies through death, resignation, or prolonged absence would reduce the total number of qualified members of the government body for purpose of effecting the vote. We have a single vacancy. Councilman Jennings has turned in his resignation as he has moved to the city of Sherman. However, the law states that he is eligible to serve until his position is filled. He cannot vote or abstain in that when there is election for that. However, if the council decides that they want to order a special election to fill this vacancy, then according to the election code, that special election would not be until May 2014. Therefore, he would continue to serve, even though he does not live here, he could continue to serve until May 2014 when that election is. At this time, this is an agenda item, and we will first have a discussion. We will start with Councilman White. Do you have anything you wish to say regarding this?
I would prefer to go ahead and call for the special election.
Okay, Councilman Moore, do you have any comments you would like to make in regard to this?
I feel that, this is a situation that the citizens need to vote. I just feel like that appointing anybody just divides the town. I just feel like it should go to a vote, and I know that special election's in May, but John Jennings has been a very valuable asset to this council and has put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this council, and if he's willing to remain a holdover, I think that's admirable.
Councilman Smith?
I'd like to see us consider the applications that are in our packet. And I assume that the only people we can consider tonight are the three that are in our packet. Is that correct?
Five. Yes, that is true. Councilwoman Turner? Any comments?
Well, I certainly feel that it should be someone who lives in the city and is currently involved in the activities. And I would like to see that if we can come to a decision that we appoint someone, because to be elected, you have to be a resident of the city. And I think to continue to serve, you should be, and that's just my personal opinion, that while the law may, the Constitution may apply for having a holdover, I don't think that's a good choice. So I would like to at least look at the applications again and see if we can come to a decision.
Okay. This is, it's consider and take any action necessary. And we have two choices. One is to appoint a person to fill the vacancy, or ordering a special election to fill the vacancies. Those are your two choices at this time.
Just as a point of clarification, John would be up for re-election in May anyway, right?
That is correct. His term is up in May.
Is that still a special election when you're electing somebody that's already up for
Termed out.
re-election?
Attorney, will you please answer that?
I would have to look and see if you would call it general or special. The ballot would look the same when it comes to voting for a name either way. It's just at the top whether it's going to say general or special.
Well, wouldn't he be turned out at that point and someone else? So it would be the general election, not a special election.
Probably, I'm going to have to look and see which you call it. I mean, it has the same effect. I mean, most people never notice whether it says general or special at the top. Some ballots say both because multiple elections are on one ballot.
But doesn't the requirement state that that they can vote for a special election?
You
Is that
can,
not-
you can vote to fill the vacancy by special election. Unfortunately, the provision in the local government code, and there are a lot of provisions in state law which have not caught up to this, but there used to be 4 uniform election dates throughout the year. And so when there were situations like this, it wasn't just November or May where you could have an election. It was August or September, I don't remember, it's been a while, and then there was a February date, and so it happened much more frequently. Now that those other 2 dates have been taken away, and Alstyne has said you don't have the right to have special council elections except for May or November, it creates these types of situations where you're ordering a special election, but it ends up it can't occur until what would be the next election date anyway, because those interim dates have been taken out of the election code by the legislature. And they haven't gone back through all the other statutes and changed them to reflect that those election dates are gone now.
So actually, there isn't a special election. It's just a regular general election. Regular general.
You'll have people filing for that place.
Well, that would be something we would ordinarily do anyway.
Right.
Not a special election. But you still say that that is a way that if it is passed, that Mr. Jennings can serve until May of 2014.
The statute allows you to order a special election to fill a vacancy.
We can order a special election even though we can't get one. Okay. So what is before the council tonight is one of 2 decisions. One is appoint a person to fill the vacancy or order a special election to fill the vacancy. At this time, I will entertain a motion.
I move that we try to elect or, appoint someone to fill the vacant position.
We have a motion that we appoint a person to fill the vacancy. Is there a second to this motion? We have a motion and a second by Councilman, motion by Councilwoman Tarver, seconded by Councilman Smith. Is there any further discussion to this?
Let me understand exactly what we're voting on.
You're voting to appoint a person as opposed to ordering a special election.
So if we don't find a person to appoint, then it just stays like it is?
So, we'll over to next month.
Well, we can't do the other? We can't do the opposite?
You mean, well, if this does not pass, then you want to make a motion for the special election, is that it?
It's a moot point. Yeah,
It's
it
a
really
moot
doesn't. Because it's the general election, Billy.
I guess my theory is that I'm very tired of having this on the agenda every month. We can just get it settled and then go on. Okay.
Do you have any comments? Okay, I have a motion and a second. All of those in favor of appointing a person to fill the vacancy on the council, please raise your hand. We have 2. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Those abstain. We have 1 abstain, no vote. Oh, okay. So the motion has failed. So we have one or the other, we have a motion. And we have the other, I'm asking the attorney, do we have do I ask for a second motion regarding an election?
That, at this point, the council could make a motion to order a special election, or someone could make a motion about a specific candidate.
A specific one?
specific applicant.
Okay. At this time, I will accept a motion regarding either one of those.
I make a motion, we call a special election.
We have a motion to call a special election, motion by Billy Blake. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Councilman Moore. Is there any further discussion? All of those in favor of, all of those in favor of ordering a special election to fill the vacancy created by John Jennings' resignation, which would be in May of 2014, please raise your hand. We have two. In this, Mr. Jennings can vote. Am I correct in that? Yes.
No.
You don't have a vacancy.
You have a vacancy.
You do that.
Let freedom ring.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm here a lot of ways.
Is that legal?
Yes.
It is legal, and he is free to vote when ordering a special election to fill his vacancy. So we have two for. Those opposed? Those abstain? Two abstain. So, we have, so what is the ruling on that? We have two for and two abstain on the first one, and two for and two abstain on the second one. What is the ruling on that from the attorney?
You have two for and two abstaining.
Right. Both times.
I think technically when you're not ineligible to vote, if you're not voting, it's going to have to be a third.
So neither one of them passed?
The rule for the language for the appointments, which requires a majority of the remaining members, it requires the 3 out of the 4, is not in subsection C, which relates to the special election. But I have not researched whether the common law rule has been modified or not, like it has for subsection A, to be able to tell you as I said.
So I do not have a legal action on this. Could I please have a motion that we table this until next month when our attorney can give us a legal ruling on this?
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Tarver, seconded by Councilman Smith, that this be tabled until the December meeting. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. We have 3 that vote for it. Those opposed, 1. Motion passed. Some of you are going to be leaving and will not be staying for the rest of the council meeting. And I do have an announcement that I want to make, and I want to make it out of order, which is my privilege as mayor. So, instead of doing department reports and the mayor's report at the end, I want to make an announcement tonight. There will be a change in your water bill, not in the price or the rate, I'm sorry to say. But there will be a change in what you receive for your water bill, because starting with your January the 1st water bill, it will be a two trifold sheets. One of them will be the water bill, the other will be a letter from your mayor. And at that time, I will struggle to notify you of all action that the council is taking. I will start out by introducing you to the council, their phone numbers, the ones that I can, and that you can obtain, their email address and let you know who all serves on all of the boards for the city, because I think this is an important thing that you know, and it's something that you can keep. So if you want to contact the Parks Board, you know who's on the Parks Board, how long they serve, and how you can get in touch with them, whether it's that or the P&C. So I will start a mayor's newsletter, and it will arrive to everyone in this town who receives a water bill. And it will be enclosed in your water bill, and it's already been approved, and it's in the budget, so it's coming. And it will come with your January the 1st water bill. And this, I believe that we make better decisions when we have better informed public. And because of that, I will be doing this every month in an effort to see that our residents are well informed of what's going on in this town. And that is my announcements for the end of the meeting. And now we'll go back to the meeting. Next, we will have number 11, consider and vote on a nominee for the Greater Texoma Utility Authority. Thank you very much for okay, what number are you? This would, okay. I've already announced this one. Okay, I can do it. Okay, number 11, consider and vote on a nominee for a Greater Texoma Utility Authority Board. This is number 11. The nominee that we have that has been put in our packet, we have a resolution and a nominee, Jeannie Anderson. Do we have any discussion or other nominees at this time? Councilman Jennings, do you have any? No? Councilman Miller? Councilman Clay? No. Councilman Smith? Councilman Tarver?
I don't have a name, but I guess we could vote either for or against this person.
Yes.
Okay.
Then if there's no discussion at this time, I will accept a motion.
I move that we not accept Jeannie Anderson as the nominee.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. We have had no discussion. Is there any further discussion?
Explain to us why.
Not without getting into personalities. I understand that she is has created problems in the past and is not the best representative that we could put forward.
Any other questions? I do want to address this issue also to the council, that if we do not vote on this nominee, then we will need this will have to be tabled, and we will need names submitted from our council for the Greater Texoma Utility Authority Board. When is it necessary?
The term is ending December 31st.
It ends December the 31st, so we have one more council
Mayor?
meeting before.
In the memo from GTUA, it says that the form has to be returned to the authority before November 29. It's the very last sentence of the memo they provided.
It's not on the main front sheet. So I do see the resolution is there. Okay, I do see this. We have a formal motion been made and seconded, so this we'll have to, the motion is that we do not nominate her. So if this motion passes, then we will have to have a nomination from the board tonight. Is that correct? Or have a call meeting for that?
If you have your workshop before.
If we have our workshop before that, is this something that you can address also? We have a motion and a second. All of those in favor of not nominating the Jeannie Anderson as our appointment to the Greater Texoma Utility Authority Board, please raise your hand. All of those opposed? Abstain.
I didn't get to oppose.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give my hand up. I'm
Okay.
reading and listening at the same time.
Too far, and one abstained and one opposed. Is that correct? Billy, how did you vote? You abstained. You don't know. Okay, well, we have 2-1.
What about Mr. Jennings?
Well, I actually had some questions.
We're taking the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
My question was, who all does she represent as part of the GPU? I know, she lives in Gunner, but how is Gunner and Van Alstyne tied together in the GPU? Who else votes for her as representative?
Each town would do that. She can represent, if I am correct, she can represent us. She is more connected to Gunner than she is to Van Alstyne.
She's just
And
a general
about
member.
all that I know is, this is her resume that she has submitted to us and would like to be nominated.
But she is a representative of Van Alstyne.
Of all
Yes.
communities.
Okay, that's
All
my question. So has other communities appointed her? And if we do not appoint her, then she would still serve on the board as representative of other communities? Or?
I do not know.
It's unclear to me.
Mr. Baker, do you have an answer for that?
She's just representing the general citizens.
In small cities.
I don't believe Gunter has appointed her.
We do not believe that Gunner has appointed her. About the best answer. And the city manager does not know either. So,
She's just representing general citizens.
Yeah, she's representing a number of general laws.
she serves on the GTA authority.
Well, and that's my question. If we vote to not, but we don't appoint someone else, and another city does, who has a vacancy?
It is my understanding that you can have a representative representing many cities, or each city can have a representative. Is that true, or is it only for the general law cities, one person?
That's what I'm saying, yeah,
Yeah.
there's a limitation to the number.
Is there, that's the question. Do we
It would
have-
have been nice if we had gotten some background information before tonight so that we could have come together and, come up with some ideas for someone else in place of Jeannie Anderson. There is a ballot there that we can appoint someone else, and I would really like to take some time. Well, even though there's a motion on the floor, my feeling is, since we're opening this to discussion, is that we find and appoint someone else.
Well, let's go. We have a motion right now that, and I believe that we had two for, one against and one abstaining. Is that correct? Did we vote on it?
Billy was an abstention. Mr. Plate was an abstention, and I
And
don't
Mr.
have-
Moore voted again, it's
have
too
a-
far.
Mr. Vote for Mr.
So,
Jennings.
we did not appoint her as the So at this time, perhaps the council would like to make a motion that we table this and get further background information and answers to our questions. And if we have the workshop, see if we can do that and get this in before the deadline on November
Madam Mayor,
29th.
I would like to make a different motion, and that is that we come up with another nominee.
Yeah, well, we need input as to their qualifications also,
Yeah,
as to
that
what
we
the
find-
requirements are. So we don't really have enough information on this. And also, in that motion, it would, perhaps we could see if that deadline is
Concrete.
concrete, because the term is not up until December the 31st. And we might be able to ask them about that, because we really don't have the
Mayor?
information needed. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to let the council know that I contacted Carolyn Bennett with G2A and asked for the resume that was provided in the packets, and she did say that they haven't had anyone else express interest in serving to G2A.
Okay.
So just so you're aware of that.
We may have someone from Van Alstyne.
We would have to have them elected by all the general law cities to represent us, which if we don't get her name on the ballot until, for her or he, name on the ballot until when we have our meeting, nobody would know to vote for it, so therefore this lady's going to win anyway.
Unless we have our special workshop meetings
Well,
and do it there.
What we're saying is, do you have one person that represents them all, or a different person that represents the different small cities?
We need to find that out.
We really need some information regarding this other than what we have today.
Well, it
Is
just says
there-
the current general law city's representative is Jeannie Anderson. If she's the current general law representative, then she's probably representing all towns.
Is this the gentleman that came
That's
a
a
few meetings ago and explained each city based on size, each city's vote counts a certain amount, or was that a different county board? Oh, sorry.
It's not the same one. As I say, we do not really have much information regarding this. But as it looks, since we do not nominate her and that did pass, the bottom line is this: whether we do it or not, she's going to get elected. Van Alstyne does not have to submit a nomination. So since we are not submitting her as our nominee, unless, and we really don't see that we will have time to, if only one person.
Well, let's get the information so that we can make it an
Would
informed
it be
decision.
possible for us to obtain information and for an email to be sent to all the council members regarding this subject?
Do you want to list your questions so that we can be sure we answer all of them?
Well, for number one, we want to know if a different person can serve, or if one person serves all of the general law, as a general law member city.
So who does
If she would serve on the board of directors, and if we nominated someone, would one nomination count, or would it have to be from various other cities and the one that got the most nominations?
That was when we did the research.
So, are there any other questions that we should ask regarding this? Do you have any other questions, Councilman Blake? Councilman Jennings? Councilman Smith? Councilwoman Tarver?
No.
Okay. We would like the answers to those so that we would be able to make a better informed decision. Next, I'm going to skip around. Due to a special request, we have done that. I'm going to 14. Consider and take any action necessary regarding a request to abandon an alleyway in Block 15 of the original town plan at the intersection of East Jefferson Street, Farm to Market 121, and Sherman Street. Is that
What's
correct?
the difference between 14 and 15?
14 is accepting the petition, and 15 would be adopting the ordinance that abandons the
14 is accepting the request and taking action to approve it. So, do you have any comments that you wish to make at this time regarding this? Well, okay. In your packet, in your packet, she has presented you with the attachment of the petition to abandon the portion of the right-of-way and the survey depicting the right-of-way to be abandoned and the abandoned portion of the right-of-way submitted by Cook and the survey depicting the right-of-way to be abandoned. She has presented the paperwork for this, so at this time, she would like to, it is an agenda item to take any action necessary regarding this request to abandon this alleyway. Do you have any questions regarding this, Councilman Mower? No. Councilman Clay?
Is this one we just put together or something?
Yeah,
We're still playing on the same property?
No.
yeah.
Okay.
But now I gotta get that alley thing.
Okay.
This is east.
We haven't received petitions to abandon the alleyway from all of the adjacent property owners. I apologize, I only have one copy of this to show what portions we are going to be able to abandon if the council desires.
I don't care about all of it, except that one right up the middle.
So you're saying that the one that isn't wiped out is not,
Will not be able to. They haven't requested that.
They were done this last month, I didn't know.
So if this is approved, how would the motion be worded in regard to that?
To accept the request or accept the petition.
Just to accept the request as requested? Yeah, okay. Is there any further discussion? Is there a motion at this time?
Wait, discussion.
Wait.
I'm not understanding what, the filled in has not been requested, or the white has not been requested?
Would you explain?
The white has not been requested. The filled in is what we.
So
how would you get to the white to?
I could care less about the black, you know, on the other one, I just want that one right through the middle.
So you're saying that this is what needs to be abandoned versus? Okay, on here, so that would be,
But it's done,
so this is,
So then we need to accept.
okay, and,
if it's abandoned, is half of it go to you, and half of it go to the other, owner of the other property?
No, both, all that's mine. I want it all the way up.
Did the other homeowner agree that they didn't want it?
Only the ones marked in blue have the adjacent property owners in agreement.
so those are the only ones that we can approve tonight. Is that
so
correct?
8, 9, and 10 could be approved along with a portion of 17, 15, 16, and a portion of 17. Can we do portion of portion?
I don't think we do portions, do we?
It's not a rezone, it's what's adjacent to the property that is owned by the folks who submitted petitions requesting the abandonment.
And when it becomes abandoned, it
Reverts
means,
back to the different.
okay, who has it now? The city or what?
It's an alleyway.
So that would be under city.
Yes. It's
So my
similar to
question-
the one down, that they abandoned just down the street.
My question then is, how does the city get in this area then to,
Why can't help they
Maintain.
get their paperwork I did?
no,
There's nothing in there, is there? There's
No,
no
there's
utilities in there.
The,
There's nothing to get to. Right?
what about mowing or maintaining?
What do you have, Steve? Water and sewer. You got water and sewer back there?
the next item, which is the ordinance, has language that reserves any utility easements.
Oh, okay. Item 15 reserves any utility
Okay,
easements.
well, I'll go with accepting the petition until we get to the, I don't.
Okay, are there any more, did that answer your question?
We do not have a main through there, but we have a service through there to another house. If we abandon that and that service is on private property, and that person will not be able to pass back through it or something.
Okay, which part is that?
I have to pull up my 10-year memory.
Okay, I'll pull him up.
It goes to that house on,
Karen, you still have it on?
Huh?
You still have it on?
I do.
See it again?
You may, because it confused me.
Can we ask our engineer if we abandon an alley and there's a service going through there, we don't have any more control?
If it's serving another property, we would want to reserve a utility easement to provide service to that property if it's served.
So,
Which the-
you said
the
for
ordinance
next
will
one, reserve the utility easement for that. So that's number 15.
You're okay with what's been asked?
I mean, it's more a legal question. As long as you physically maintain the utility service that is currently available, then you have met the requirements for the engineering side. It's legal side on how the property gets split up and when the city abandoned it.
Okay, can we go ahead and accept the request? Get that step done?
And then go to 15.
Yeah.
Are there any more questions? Are there any more questions regarding 14?
I do still, okay.
Okay.
So, do you, okay, what properties do you own? 14, 13, 12, 11?
Jennifer, I'll show you.
Okay, 10, 9?
10, 9, 8, 6, 7.
From here to here is less than 0, which is
Oh, who's gonna put this on?
Can you speak louder, Jennifer, so I can hear?
He did not express a desire to take on any portion of it. He's just okay with it.
Okay, are there any further questions regarding number 14? Is there a motion at this time regarding the number 14, the request to abandon an alley?
Make a motion, we accept the request.
We have a motion to accept the request made by Councilman Smith. Is there a second? Billy. Second by Councilman Floyd. Is there any further discussion All those in favor, please raise your hand. It is unanimous. Item 15, consider and take action necessary regarding approval of an ordinance to abandon the alleyway in Block 15 of the original town plan at the intersection of East Jefferson Street, Farm Market 121 and Sherman Street. And I believe this is the one that reserves the utility easement on this. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. In the draft ordinance itself, it's section 4 that reserves the easements. It does say 15 foot wide, so I think it would be prudent to ask Steve if he feels that's wide enough for the access that they need. And then I was looking at this during the meeting. Since there's water and sewer, the word water should be struck from that paragraph when you approve the ordinance, so it just says maintaining public utilities.
So that would include all.
Yes. And then
And where is that at in the ordinance?
Section 4.
Okay. Which two? I've got it. Maintaining utilities.
And then the diagram that is attached showing the area to be abandoned only shows one of the two portions that's on the diagram that Jennifer just passed around. And so the ordinance should be approved with the word water being removed, and that it would be this more updated exhibit that would be attached showing the abandoned area.
Okay, are there any questions regarding this from council? Hi, Mr. Moore. Stan?
Yeah, I want to know if the city is responsible for maintaining the corner. Or who maintains that?
The ordinance and
I've been mowing mine.
It's their responsibility.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Is there a motion in regard to this at this time?
I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance. Changing the wording to public utilities. And updating the exhibit.
We have a motion that we approve the ordinance, but in section 4, strike the word water, and that we update the exhibit. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Flake. Any further discussion? All of those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Motion passed. Thank you. Okay. Yes.
Well, I'll have to get the ordinance
It'll have to be
updated,
changed.
corrected, and signed by the mayor, and then I'll have to file it with the county.
Okay.
And then I can certainly get you a file stamp copy.
Can you just call her when we get it all done? Thank you. Okay. Is Bill Benton present? We have number 12, presentation regarding the update on transportation by Bill Benton.
Kind of had my feelings hurt to push me down.
Well, I knew that you were a patient and understanding resident of Van Alstyne, semi-resident of Van Alstyne, so I knew you would not mind.
Absolutely don't. And I actually apologize. Y'all had a terribly long agenda and I was late, but I asked Frank for the opportunity to just address you quickly on some things that are going on in transportation, because I think it's important for you all to know kind of what planning opportunities are going on around us to make sure that we're involved as a community in those. I appreciate your service. I sat where you're sitting, and I understand the difficulties. Couple of things, when you get into the transportation issue and you start dealing with TxDOT and other, there are all these acronyms. Karen knows this all too well, and I'm always telling her, well, what does that mean? But there are a couple organizations which we have representatives on. One is called the MPO. The MPO is a metropolitan planning organization, and it actually directs TxDOT in the way federal funds are spent. And I'll just go real quick through these slides. The MPOs came into being actually under Dwight Eisenhower when he started the federal highway system. And the federal government started spending money on highways. He was in a caravan in 1919, so history goes, and it took him 62 days to get across the country, and they had all these problems. And from that, he remembered that, and when he became president, he said, we're going to do something to fix transportation across the United States and connect state to state. Keep going. That's just the... so they started the Federal Highway Act in '56. Go ahead, Jennifer. One of the problems is that they still weren't having the communication in the cities along with the states. Keep going. In '57, they revised the act again. In '88, they gave us one more bite at the apple, but the problem is that these local MPOs didn't really have any teeth in what they did. The other thing is that as the states received the federal money, they weren't talking to the communities, to the local, the grassroots of where these dollars are spent, where they really need to be focused. So they revised the law again, hit it one more time, in '91, and that's where we are today with the MPOs. And so there's an organization in our county called the Sherman-Denison MPO. The Sherman-Denison MPO takes in Sherman-Denison, Howe, drops down the planning area, includes Van Alstyne, goes over, picks up Gunner, goes up to Pottsboro and over. On the MPO planning body, the ones that actually make the decision, there are 4 representatives: the mayor of Sherman, the mayor of Denison. There is a small cities mayor, of which our mayor is currently the representative for the small cities in the MPO planning area. That's rotated from Pottsboro to Howe to Gunner and to Van Alstyne on 2-year stints, I believe. And currently, Mayor Sammons is representing us, and they actually have final authority where federal dollars are spent in conjunction with state dollars with TxDOT. There is another piece to that organization. It's called the Technical Planning Committee. Karen Tuber serves on that as a representative for the small cities, and I serve on that body as well as representative of the county. And what we do is that we take TxDOT input as far as what specific projects need to be undertaken in our planning area. We look at federal dollars, what's available, prioritize those, then in conjunction with TxDOT, then send that up to the planning organization, which Mayor Salmon sits on, and they vote yea or nay, and then you have a planning document. There are two planning documents. One is called the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, which we are in the process right now of revising. It's required by the federal government. You've got to revise it every 5 years, and it's a 25-year document. And so what we've just done is we have hired a consulting firm to go out and look at all the roads in conjunction with the cities that I just mentioned and come up with a new revised plan. So you've seen a call to action to interact with those. I know Frank has been requested to send our thoroughfare plans to the city, and what they do is make sure that they connect with each other. Howe's connects to Van Alstyne's, Van Alstyne's connects to Gunner in those ways. One more time. There also is another document called the Transportation Improvement Plan Program, which I'll talk to you real quick about in just a minute. And there's 3 projects on that affect us directly. It covers a 4-year period. One more time, Jennifer. And then the unified planning work is actually the budget items. So you have the 25-year document, you got the 40-year document, and then you got the budgeting of how those monies are going to be spent. Keep going. You got any of the maps you can pull up? Okay, what's going on right now? In conjunction with the MPO, which does those federal dollars, there's another body called the RMA, Regional Mobility Authority. And the RMA is over all tollways in Grayson County. One of the things, there aren't any, but one of the things that our county did that I think was very fortuitous is they got a bill passed from the state legislature that said we control all toll roads in Grayson County. Grayson County controls it. So when the Dallas North Tollway crosses the county line, it is no longer an MTTA project. It belongs to Grayson County, and whether or not there's one built, how it's built, what the routing is, all of that is with the RMA. The RMA is appointed board, and it's appointed by the Grayson County Commissioners. Bill Razor is on that board that lives east of Van Alstyne. Bill Hubbard that lives in Tioga. I sit on that board. Randy Henschling, who is in Denison, and Jeff Christie, who's in Pottsboro. And we represent the RMA. We are responsible for the airport, all our operations at the airport budget. We're also responsible for planning of tollways and how they might come into the Grayson County future. This is a planning document that is a map that we went through about a year and a half of planning where the tollway would come in. And right here, I don't know where you can see it, that's the Grayson County, Denton County, Collin County intersection. And the North Dallas Tollway today goes to just west, stops at 380, the actual tollway itself, but the access road goes down to 433 or something. It's the road that bisects Salina. So you can get all the way down to there on a road, on a 2-lane road. And what NTTA's been talking about and what everybody agreed on is that it would run the Denton-Collin County line until it hit Grayson County. And then we have studied this routing, and it goes up. This is a line on the map, but it's got significant TxDOT dollars. That we looked at creeks, we looked at bridges that had to be built, we looked at where you had populations, where you had houses, and this map is our proposed tollway route for Grayson County. However, probably none of us will live to see it. Our kids may, or our grandkids, especially on through the county. Of course, it could surprise us as well. One of the things that the county has been involved in is looking at the opportunity of building a county road that would connect to where it comes into Grayson County to FM 121. The reason it would connect to FM 121, and that's one of the projects I wanted to tell you about that's specifically important to Van Alstyne. A couple years ago, we worked to get FM 121 labeled as a major connector from 75 to the North Dallas Tollway as it enters Grayson County. So if you think about the North Dallas Tollway connectors, you've got George Bush, you've got 121, you've got 380. We're going to end up with what's called the outer loop, and that's between Ann and Melissa, if y'all know where it's built, from Highway 121 to 75 now. But it's going to go from 75 over to 289 and then the tollway eventually. And so that'll be the next connector. FM 121 will be the first connector in Grayson County, then 82, and then as the tollway bends over at Denison, it connects, goes around the airport, connects back into 75. So think about the importance of George Bush, 121, 380, the economics, the traffic, how they make those connection points important. Well, to Van Alstyne, it's very important that FM 121 got named as the major connector, because then that gives us an economic corridor which will drive values into the future for retail. And again, this is way into the future, but it will drive that. And at some point, all these lines get stuck on a map and things get designated. but it's very important. So, because that has been designated as a major collector, TxDOT appropriated through their federal fundings in this 4-year stretch money to take FM 121 4-lane from where it ends by Grayson College to Elmont. They also appropriated money in the 12 to 16 4-year section to, can you give me another map real quick? Give me this S map. Yeah, that's the FM 121. Just scroll up on that, Jennifer, real quick. All right, this will work. This S curve is out on 121, and it is actually the only area out on 121 where you have the S curve before you take your final turn into Gunner. This S curve, of course, is very dangerous, and one of the things that they've also appropriated money for in this 4-year section is to take this S curve out, straighten it out, flatten it where it can be a 70-mile-an-hour section. And so, along with the 4-lane, the other part of this 4-lane initiative is to make 121 safer. Provide turning lanes, provide more vision for your roadway, opportunities for people to enter and exit. Just so you know, the FM 121 4-lane to Elmont is a $8 million project, 6 of which are federal dollars, 1.5 are state dollars. The FM 121 curves are a $2 million project, 1.6 is federal, 400,000 is state. And then another project that I think is interesting that affects us is it's a $10 million project, but if you'll take US 75, you know they built that new bridge there at Shepherd Drive before you get to TI. And it's actually a 6-lane section that looks like what our sections are. TxDOT built 75, 6-lane from the county line to 902. It's 4-lane today, but the shoulder of that highway is a 12-foot driving lane. And all they've got to do is come back and add 10-foot asphalt shoulders, which are typically what you see on those driving sections. So they actually built that as 6-lane. And when TxDOT meets it at the county line, those sections will hook up. Well, the Shepherd Drive is a 6-lane section but there's a section in there that's from 902 to Shepherd Drive that's about 1.5 miles or 2 miles of highway that doesn't match up. So they're going to make those match, and then it'll go back down to its normal lane width into Sherman. Of course, the big project in the future would be to make 75 6-lane all the way to Sherman. Plans. We went to a meeting the other day. Collin County is revising their thoroughfare plan, and they've invited Van Alstyne, and we had great representation. RMA was also there, and MPO representation to make sure Collin County thoroughfares and Grayson County thoroughfares match up, which is a big deal. The other thing that's going on and input the city of Van Alstyne is going to be involved with, the RMA is doing, MPO is just doing their study area in that box that is their planning area. I mentioned Gunner, Van Alstyne. The RMA is doing a county-wide thoroughfare planning area, which they're going to ask for input from local governments. That's being done by UT Arlington, and they've been hired to do that, and so they're going to be in conjunction with the city. So we've got 3 planning projects going on right now that are going to affect thoroughfares into the future that we need to be involved in and make sure that we give comment and input to them. That's all I have. If y'all have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Yes, ma'am. Let me say one thing about 121. There isn't any money for right-of-way acquisition. We did the stretch between 75 TxDOT and the college, with donated right-of-way. TxDOT said, we'll build it if you'll give the right-of-way. So right now, if you'll go out 121, you'll see Underwood surveying trucks, which are surveying the right-of-way necessary to build a 4-lane to Elmont. They're also going on and looking at what it's going to take to do the 4-lane all the way to Gunner. But they're surveying the 4-lane to Elmont, and so that's to be complete in December. And then after December, we're going to look at what needs to be acquired, donated from the citizens to affect that road. And I'm sure everybody will hopefully get on board and encourage those who have that opportunity to do so. We got 100% on the first section that got done, and hopefully most of the landowners out there that I've talked to are very favorable to the project because they know it'll increase the safety of the road, and it'll also increase the viability of what that will look like in years to come for those properties. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's good. What is your projected timeline on the
121. They'll survey it out to the end of the year. Yep, great question. They'll finish surveying it out at the end of the year. They will plan the project early part of 14. And so we'll get some schematic drawings. They'll tell us what right-of-way they need. We'll go out and work on those acquisitions. The roadway plan will be submitted to Alstyne in April of 15. In November and August of 15, they will have a project ready. So construction would begin in November. Completion of the project would be in September of 17. But you know, it's one step at a time, and you just got to keep working on it. And since there isn't any right-of-way acquisition money, you know, we're going to have to work at it. But I think it's important for Van Alstyne. Transportation is critical to the well-being of the community. I think the citizens of Mantua learned that in the 1800s. That's why Van Alstyne's here, but it's important, and so all the support the council can give to the project, I think is very needed.
Well, it's a great connector.
It is, and it is an honor for us strategically to get that.
It is.
You got Simcoe on that?
Hey, that?
You got
Simcoe? We don't raise that issue yet. There are some areas, and that may be one of them, where they've acquired right-of-way in the past, and you don't have to acquire any new right-of-way. So we don't know the answer yet. But he needs a wide road to turn his trailers in there. He runs over the ditches all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was really interesting. Appreciate that. I want to see that 121 line. I want to see that curve straight. No more wrecks on it, or people injured or killed. That would be good. Next we have item 13. Consider and take any action necessary regarding passage of an ordinance establishing regulations for double fencing or fencing standards. 13. D.R. Horton has changed their policy of tying into pre-existing fencing at the property line borders. This is due to a lawsuit brought against D.R. Horton and another community. Unless disallowed by ordinance, the double fencing practice can continue. This is something that we have had before the council before, and that we have discussed. At this time, we will consider council's comments. We will start with Councilwoman Tarver. Do you have any comments regarding this ordinance?
Yeah, I'm really, since the question was strictly double fencing, created by, the situation in Georgetown, why are we doing such a comprehensive ordinance. I mean, I have a feeling we're becoming a police state. All we wanted was no double fencing and, you know, a misdemeanor and all these things. I think it's excessive. And I would go along with just the portion on double fencing, but I just don't think this is necessary.
Okay. Any comments, Councilman Smith? No. Councilman Jones? Councilman Horn? Councilman Flake?
I have a question about 2.5 fence construction standards.
I can't hear you.
Sorry. I have a question about 2.5 fence construction standards, letter D, the last line up where it says 2 3/8-inch metal posts set 2 feet deep in concrete. So all fences would be required to have metal posts?
Yes, sir. That was a recommendation by Ty Chapman, our inspector of Bureau Veritas. He had spoken with representatives from D.R. Horton and other builders, and they would like to see that regulation because it prolongs the life of the fence. It makes it where they have.
They don't build fences with, you know, that's sort of a quasi-standard that when if you try to request a metal post in your fence, they don't want to put it in.
That request came specifically from D.R. Horton, our inspector.
Okay. Well, how about replacing fences? If you're replacing a section of a fence that already has wooden posts, do you have to come into a metal post and place it with wooden? It's been quite common for posts out there to get broken off in the wind and stuff like that. So I've had to do it. I put the metal post back in, but it wasn't required by the rules. So.
The maintenance is under section 2.8, which would, you know, address those types of repairs. And it just says that the fence can be maintained as it is. It does have to be replaced or repaired.
Okay, so
But
okay.
it would be as it was.
And you would be able to police like fencing that falls down or is about to fall down and stuff like that. It would be requested to be able to fix it then.
Correct.
Could we ask some input from our folks who keep up on this or anything?
As far as,
How do you feel about this ordinance?
I mean, what you're trying to do is prevent the no man's land that gets lost in there. So by maintaining and allowing a steel post, you're prolonging the life of the existing fence, and you're doing that. And to answer Councilman's question, if you don't have a penalty for doing it, then they go out and do it, there's no repercussions. If they get fined, then it's going to municipal court and have to pay the fine because they're in violation of the ordinance.
Yeah, but this is over-regulating. My goodness gracious, we're a town of 3,000 people, and we have all these regulations. You have 1,800 voting or eligible voters. This is excessive.
As the ordinance is written, do you feel like that?
I have not read the ordinance as it, because it's on the residential inspection side.
And Bureau Veritas's opinion is what? They're good with it.
What it says in here for the thing is, no fence shall be built alongside of or parallel to an existing fence unless there is at least 36 inches of space between the two fences to allow access for maintenance of the fences and the ground in between the fences. So that litter, debris, weeds, mosquitoes, and rodents can be prevented, controlled, and or eliminated upon occurrence. That's going to be making them put building fences next to each other. Could we write this ordinance to where all it had in it was just that one thing? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
Yeah, you would need section 2.10. There's no point in having it if you don't have an enforcement
Okay,
mechanism.
so we could have,
You're talking about what, how many sections, Bill, Councilman Close?
I'm talking about in section 2.4 and just number F, and then whatever is required to tell them that you can enforce it.
Okay, then you're talking about eliminating the things in this ordinance except 2.10 and 2.4. And changing 2.4 to what?
Not changing it,
Just
Except like
having
that,
those two
fine.
things in there.
That should be enough to convince them not to build double fences.
I think you, just 2.4F
Yeah,
would be all
2.4.
that would remain of section 2 would be 2.4F and 2.10.
And most of the other things in here on this, as far as Georgetown is concerned, are already included in the deed restrictions in there. Double fences,
Okay. Is there any more discussion regarding this?
And just for clarification, sections 1, 3, 4, and 5, which are just standard provisions that are in almost every ordinance, those would stay.
Definitions,
Well, 1 is incorporating the findings.
section 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Section 2 is where the heart of it is, all the part that's specific to the fences.
So, you're talking about one section.
Section 1, section
2.1 and 2.2
Should we have,
and 2.4 and 2.10. Do you, yes?
should we have 2.2 for the fence permits? You still have to, do we have to have a permit to put a fence up now?
Isn't that already covered somewhere?
Well, that's what I wondered, do we already
Under
have?
our permits?
Okay, so we would need that?
If Bureau Veritas was okay with it, and they're the ones that do your permitting and inspections, I would assume this doesn't conflict with any of that, but I have not spoken directly with them. Someone coming in to get a permit is how you know that they're building it in the right place, or how you can tell them before they spend the money without realizing there's the space requirement for the double fencing. You don't want them to spend the money and then you're out there telling them, you have a back-to-back fence, that's not okay. If they have to get a permit, then that's your opportunity to let them know before construction that the space is required in between.
Do we presently charge for that permit?
It says number C, the permit fee shall be as provided from time to time by resolution or ordinance of the city. What's the fee for
It's
that?
based on the valuation, from $0 to $10,000, it's $88.45.
$88.45.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that already got descriptions of how the fence has to be done, and sort of like this one does? Is there any way we can just add this one thing to that? That way there wouldn't be multiple places where this is
Yeah,
at.
you have to look and hunt. It's that.
It's hard to do.
It might work as a local amendment to the building codes. You adopt the international building codes, but you can do local amendments to them.
I personally have no, I don't, if we pass it all as the whole thing, that's fine to me, or passing, this is civic
2.1,
section, we have to go in there. Either way is fine with me, somebody else wants to
Okay.
decide.
2.1, 2.2, and 2.4, and 2.10 is what we're talking about. So, okay, either way, so is there
a motion of how we, is there a motion? Is there any further discussion first? I think I've gone over it. Is there a motion at this time?
Shouldn't, comment question, shouldn't we investigate whether it can be added as a local thing to the building code? Or are you considering that as the motion to be made?
Whatever the motion is, it's consider and take any action necessary regarding passage of an ordinance establishing regulations.
So if we,
what you're asking is, can it be entered?
yeah, it was suggested, it was said that it's possible to add it to the building code as a local thing. Is that doable?
Amendment? Can that be an
Yeah, I'd have to
amendment
look
the
at
building
which
code?
one. There's multiple codes. There's a property code, the residential code, but we could coordinate with Bureau Veritas on which of those particular codes it would be appropriate to add this to as a local amendment.
I'd like to see Bureau Veritas' written acceptance of the ordinance.
So I'd like to then table it till we get these answers.
Well, would that be a motion
Well,
that be presented to Veritas? And,
Yeah, we table it until we can get an answer back from next meeting.
Next meeting.
Julie can have more answers, and we can get something in writing from the
Yeah.
We have a motion, is there a second? We have a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. It is unanimous, motion passed. We go to number, we go to number 16. I don't know, but do I have this on? Number 16, authorize the mayor to sign an interlocal agreement with the city of Allen to provide EMS service.
Can I ask if
regarding this interlocal agreement?
Chief Smith represented the city of Van Alstyne at our city council meeting. Where they voted to accept a proposal from the city of Van Alstyne for EMS service. Bring the issue back to y'all. Decide if that's in the best interest of Van Alstyne. Staff believes it is.
So this is the staff's recommendation? Okay.
Can I make a question about fiscal impact, the interlocal agreement? Is that supposed to be with or will? Is it will generate instead of with?
Yeah, it's
Should be with.
Is that total expected revenue, or is that?
No, sir, that's just the interlocal agreement.
So the city of Howell's going to pay us $18.
Yes, sir.
And then we have the right to bill anything extra on top of that? What does Tom Dean pay per year?
67.
And then we get extra billing? Yes. Why is Howell so much more?
Call volume.
What?
It's all based on call volume. There's basically a fee we charge per call based on their average run volume over the last year, and that's what we charge them. So it can fluctuate year to year if there's a big change.
And Howell's already approved, the city of
Val's already approved this?
Yes, they approved it. They presented Sherman their opt-out. They were trying to get this pushed through with the rest of them that already went through. To start October 1st was the original plan that they had. They noticed they had a 90-day opt-out with Sherman. And so they notified Sherman after their October meeting that they would no longer be using their service, that there was 90 days. The fire chief and Sherman turned around and told the fire chief and Howe that he no longer wants to service them as of midnight on the 30th of this month. And so they're currently working on getting all that paperwork pushed through so that hopefully we can take over December 1st.
How much did we get from them last time we provided service?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, it's been 3 years ago.
35,000. It seems to ring true, I don't recall the building exactly.
There being no other questions, is there a motion at this time?
I make a motion, we allow you to sign a contract with the city of Howell to provide EMS service.
Is there a second? We have a motion by Councilman Flynn, second by Councilman Miller, that to authorize the mayor to sign the interlocal agreement with the city of Howell for EMS service. Is there any further discussion?
Is there any, are you going to create more need for equipment in this? Are you going to come to us next month and say we got to buy another ambulance because we don't have it?
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. It is unanimous, motion passed. Next, we have consider taking the action necessary regarding authorizing to sign a Grayson County Library Service Agreement for the fiscal year 2014. Is there any discussion or questions from the council regarding this? Councilman Mower? Councilman Clayton?
Nope.
You'll notice I didn't make you first this time, Councilman Jennings? Councilman Smith? Councilwoman Thomas?
I'm assuming this is just a continuation?
Yes, it's the same thing we sign every year.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, if there's no further questions, is there a motion at this time?
Motion to authorize the mayor to sign the agreement.
We have a motion that we do authorize me to sign the agreement. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Motion passed unanimously. Next, consider taking the action necessary regarding authorizing the city manager to sign an electric service agreement. Is there any questions from the council regarding this? Councilman Chair, do you have any questions regarding this?
Who were you asking?
Councilman Jennings, do you have any questions regarding this?
My only question would be what the recommendation of the city manager would be as to the term.
Mayor and council, we received several proposals. We had a number of brokers calling us up until the last few days. We had a couple of proposals that were dropped off almost at the meeting time. We would like to have seen them last week, but electricity is treated as a commodity and we have a current rate, and we have to pretty much be right on top of it. Currently, the best rate that I can see out of the proposals that are presented is True Energy. Is David Wilson here? We received several other proposals, but the best one is at 18 months if you're looking at the True Energy proposal. Under AmeriPower, 18 months is 4.599 cents per kilowatt hour. What we're currently paying for our agreed upon rate is 6.310 cents per kilowatt hour. So this would be a savings. All the vendors were very close. Some provided longer terms up to 36, 60 months. If we just look at the rate as the bottom line, the 18-month rate from True Energy through AmeriPower is going to be our best rate. Our cutoff time to make a decision is the 15th of next month, I believe. If y'all wanted to see if the rates went down more between now and then, we could wait and see what kind of bids we get them. But the window is narrowing, so I wanted to bring it in front of y'all in November for your consideration going forward.
Very well. Is there a chance any of the rates will go up?
They can go up, they can go down, I mean, they fluctuate. I know we've got Neil, are you still here? With Reliant, he's one of the reps, and we've got his rates as well. And so, can you give us a little bit of background as far as how the rates are determined and what we should be looking for?
Certainly, mostly what we watch is what happens with natural gas. So Texas being primarily a natural gas state for generation, that's the commodity that we primarily track. The fact that it's freezing right now in North Texas, we're sort of we're entering that winter season. And that's natural gas demand typically increases, so we see price increases. Since you guys are buying now for this December start, there's really volatility in that price day to day. But for the future term or for the, as you look out, it's relatively flat. So shorter terms are going to be more fluctuating, the longer terms will be more stable.
We're currently with Reliant. If you chose to, you want to do a longer term because you believe in the future electricity is going to continue to go up, Neil did provide us a good rate at 60 months for 4.992 cents per kilowatt hour. What's slightly more attractive is at 54 months is the 4.961. Really, it comes down to what does council believe is going to happen in the next 18 to 60 months? What would y'all like to see? Everything that we're looking at is going to be savings.
Yeah. I would say, just to add some to this, the utility market is volatile. The rate you see today is not good like it's going to be. Our rates are the lowest they've been in almost 10 years. And I've recently participated in the extension of the contract with every up 2020, which we jumped for someone to support calls that long. I think it is in the best interest of the city, knowing our fiscal situation, the challenges we have in our budget making, the issues we dealt with tonight, and water rates, and everything else that goes along with it. We are entering the winter months. Gentleman's right. Gas rates are going to start increasing as freezing weather comes in. I think it would be a wise decision for the council to consider minimally a 48-month contract. It would give us stability over the long term, to plan more adequately budgeted, and it would do so at some rates that we are not seeing, as I said, and I know can.
Plus, it would secure you for, there's a lot of speculation in the market right now around generation. Will the state of Texas have enough generation to meet the constant growth in the state, especially given our extreme weather, our hot summers, our cold winters? If you lock that rate of that security through these sort of speculation years, 2014, 2015, or it's uncertain we have
And I'll add one thing too, and Reliant, and I do not deal with Reliant, but Reliant is a reputable company. One thing the council also needs to know, that this rate does not include what you term as transportation, USP charges. That generally runs, what I track and see is somewhere around 2 to 2.5 cents.
I think for the city, it's been tracking around 3.5, 4 cents.
Okay, probably based on the rates of consumption volumes. So if you look at a 48 month, I'm sorry, if you look at a 54 month at the 049 or a 48 month at the 050, theoretically, as you think budgetary wise, you need to add 3 cents to that. You're actually going to be paying a total somewhere around 8 to 8.5 cents, which is still tremendously less than what we have.
John, you said 48 months, and as I'm looking at this one chart, it's showing that 36 months is 0.049, and the 48 months for Reliant is 0.064. So there's an increase at the 48.
That's because they're throwing dice on the market over that extended period. If you extend out that contract, they have to compensate for it. They're guessing where the market's going to go. In other words, by the time you get to the end of that 60-month period, you may be paying that 049, but the market price at that time could be 12 cents.
And the quote should be pretty close. I don't think it should, from what we've been reviewing the last several weeks, everything should be just under 5 cents from 18-month around a 4.6 to a 60-month about 4.9.
So then this isn't necessarily correct?
Yeah, that may be obsolete.
Which one is it?
I'm looking at this chart.
That one, okay.
It's showing it's going from 36 at the, up to 48, it jumps.
I'm not sure that that's, we haven't seen that.
Well, that's why, I mean, to me, it seems.
Yeah, it does. Usually they track about 2 in the middle, so you'll have 48, 50, 52.
So this, for 48 months, is not necessarily correct. Should it be closer to 0.5 or what?
It should be around that.
To give, just so you're aware too, we extended out to 2020, and this was, see, we're in November, I'm saying, I think 4 or 5 months ago, and we do this 6 to 2 months. So that's what we're doing.
So if we would decide today, then we're talking about, do we know exactly what our rate would be? Which option are we looking at?
So the longer terms are option
48, okay, so that would be 0.04931. That sounds reasonable.
Actually, 4.896, 60 months is still.
Okay, does that conclude your questions, Councilman Jennings?
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am.
Councilman Moore, do you have any?
Councilman Moore, do you have any questions regarding this?
No.
Councilman Clark?
No.
Councilman Smith? Do you have any?
All of these others, this is.
That's just my quote from
Reliant.
today's.
Our Liberty and Green Mountain, do we have an updated figure on those, or how old is this rate?
Well, those came in this afternoon, so they're not very fresh. The Neil and I met, 2 weeks ago. It's gotten better as of this afternoon. Do we have any other representatives here?
Yeah, I've actually had the same rate he did because mine was the only rate that I could get soon.
Okay.
The only other company that would be competitive there was Direct Energy. But with, you getting in there yesterday, there wasn't enough time to get back to back up.
Okay. What company
Who are you? National Energy. We're above. Some of those prices you're seeing there are not custom quoted. When you have 26, 28 meters, you have to send it off to these different companies and ask them to do a custom price.
So you're not a supplier?
Yesterday, we got the numbers on the meters, and trying to do this in a day and a half is very difficult.
No meter charge?
No, sir. That price is your contracted price, is your invoice price. So your invoice has energy charge, the transmission charges, taxes. And it's really just the general sales tax and the city tax. Just on no sales tax, just fees.
Questions, Councilman Smith?
No further questions.
There are no further questions at this time. Is there a motion regarding this?
I would make a motion, given this rate, that we authorize the city manager to enter an agreement with Alstyne Energy for a 60-month contract. 4896, and that rate holds till in the morning.
The 60 month?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll do a second.
Sorry, right before. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from the council? Then all of those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. It will be reliant. Number 19. Discussion and give direction to staff regarding proposed changes to the comprehensive zoning ordinance as it relates to crematoria. Where we can have those equivalent decisions. Would you like to, we need to define it. At the request of Councilman Smith. Definitions Tuesday. Okay, what it is it was determined that a definition for mortuary or funeral home listed in the use schedule be added. It is the recommendation of the P&Z Commission that it be defined so that funeral services are provided as well as crematory services, so that a facility may not only offer crematory, but is not required to offer cremations, possibly using the word cremation. Is there any questions from council?
I'd like to make a few comments. I did ask this to be put on the P&Z, and I jokingly talked to my local guy, Tommy, and when I die, I want to be cremated. Anybody get excited? I'm not planning on going anytime soon, but I want it to be done here under somebody's direction that I know, and not be sent off to somewhere. Right now, 47% of the funerals are handled by cremation in the United States, 37% in Texas. It's an increasing demand, like on funeral homes to be He has the facility there. It's very common along those, and Sherman has a cremation oven, if I can the word, right in their facility. It's all regulated by TCEQ. There's no need for us to rewrite the regulations because it's already done by the, he's got a place, a facility there that he wants to use. And he's not going to be doing cremations for other funeral homes, not on a wholesale basis. It's going to be just for his customers, not for a commercial cremation. And we joked about this back and forth, and when we got down to it, we found that there was no actual definition or inclusion of cremation in the funeral home description, so we needed to add that information.
He has the equipment but hasn't been doing it.
He will get, if this is, it's
yeah.
not a zoning issue, it's just adding another phase of.
Is it something you should ask the neighbors? I don't know.
Well,
I know nothing about reports.
Well, my ashes, when I go, are not going to be in Shannon Jackson's backyard.
They are in the church.
Okay, that's where I wanted to put it when I die. There's no odor, there's no dust.
It's not anything you should get the approval of the neighborhood for doing.
No.
And we would,
That would call for a zoning issue. I mean,
right, just to clarify, it's not, if, what you would be doing is amend the definitions of the zoning ordinance, so in doing the amendment, we would publish notice and have a public hearing, but it wouldn't be specific to that address where we'd then notify the neighbors.
Okay.
But it would be a public hearing to amend the zoning ordinance.
once the cremation process starts, once you go in the oven and lock the door, the company that he's buying this unit from, I mean, it's going to add $125,000 to the value of the property. Once the cremation process starts, the company in Florida actually monitors it. And once you hit start, they take over and monitor everything. They monitor the air condition, the temperature, all of those things. So it's going to be controlled by an external source. TCEQ will have their inspections and do their approval. So it's not something we're gonna make it more difficult for Alstyne to go inspect it. It's done by TCEQ, and we're gonna get more property value, and I'm gonna get cremated when I want to get cremated.
Are there any questions for the council?
And this last page is the definition then that we'll be using. Mortuary or funeral home means a building used for storage.
One from the city of Richardson.
Oh, okay, I see there's City of Richardson and City of Hillsborough. Okay, two different ones.
There's two different ones here.
And I think what we're asking tonight is for legal to draft that. Is that correct? And you might check with Sherman because they have cremation done in downtown Sherman. It's just a businessman trying to expand his business and meet demands of his public, of his customers. So right now, it has to go to Grant or Louisville. And he's just trying to grow the business.
So what you're asking tonight is for council's direction in that we have this drawn up.
I believe that's what we're asking.
From these two that are here. And then legal withdraw this out.
If I'm not mistaken, it goes back to the P&Z to be approved.
Right.
With the notifications, and they come back to council in December for final approval.
Okay, are there any other questions regarding this? If not, is there a motion?
I move that we do this.
Direct
direct legal to drop the
Present
definition.
it to P&Z. Is there a second?
I'll say.
We have a second. All of those in favor, please raise your hand. It is unanimous. It has passed. Next, we have department reports. We will start with Jennifer.
I don't have anything, thank you.
Any idea when we're
I
getting
don't
our
have
thing?
anything.
Wait a minute. Public
I was gonna ask Jennifer if there was any word yet on when we'll be getting our ordinances back.
I believe I have an email that they've just finished the first draft. So, not, other than reviewing that draft, I'm not sure what the next steps are, but they have at least finished the draft.
Okay, cool.
We'll just go down the line. Chief Barnes.
I have nothing.
Saturday, November 23rd, 2 o'clock in the library. The Texas State historian is going to be speaking. He's also the author of the latest book about Alstyne, and he'll be selling and signing copies of that book. If you're here to join us at the library, we'd love to have a meeting with you there.
Thank you. I got that email. It's glad you sent it. City manager's report. Council reports. Do you have any closing comments, Councilman Blake?
I just have, are they gonna be filming it so where you can see it later or anything like that? If you can't make it?
I hadn't thought about it. I can ask him how he feels about that and put
Okay.
it out on YouTube or something. I don't
Okay.
really know.
Okay.
I'm not sure I have a video.
Right there, just steal it. That's all, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
Only thing I really have is that, I know most of y'all got a correspondence from my wife about a 5th grade science project they're doing this Friday. And I know a couple of y'all have committed to show up. I'll just tell you, the kids are super, super excited that there's some public officials going to show up and judge them. And anyway, it's really neat. Thank everybody that can show up. It's really special for the kids.
Councilman Smith.
11 to 3, Thanksgiving Day. Turkey and dressing and mashed potatoes and gravy and all the barbecue. That's what
Okay. Well, I have two things I would like to suggest. These are recommendations in our agenda tonight. You know, when someone comes in and they make a request to be placed on the agenda, I'm sure that the council has noticed we don't have a place on there for that person's signature. And sometimes you look at these requests and you don't know who makes these requests. And I would like to see us redo our agenda request form to include a place where the person not only signs in, but Jennifer signs along with when she puts the date and the time on it. And that way, when we get this in our packet, we will know who submitted that request, because we had two tonight that we didn't, that one was when Karen's request, it did not have a sign on it or a name, and I think it would be beneficial if we did that. The other thing that I would like to suggest is, since I am going to be putting out a newsletter, the names of the people that are on the boards, I would like to see our city manager recommend that these boards meet on a regular basis. There are some who have waited for a Parks Board to meet all month, and they have not done so. And once you put out that you're going to meet at a specific time, like the council meeting is the second Tuesday of every month. Well, if I say this board's going to meet at this time every month, I really would like to see them encouraged to do that. And that is my That is my recommendation and the final recommendation of this. And at this time, I would accept a motion
I
to adjourn.
move we adjourn.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please raise your hand. We are officially adjourned.
Goodness, this meeting is 2 hours. Yes. This is 10:50. Yeah, it sure would.
Yep.
Oh, I was. I
Stay away.
She's staying at the.
You still want to be around here?
Likewise.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Have a good one. Trying to freeze them out.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
Sign everything. We get put it up on the card.
Well, I haven't worked from LA at 1 a.m. Got it at 4:30 for yeah, it's bad. I've never been there yet.